Y'all see the title? Let's go MAGA, baby. Regardless, we still got Trump for 2 more years. Once again, after Trump leaves, we still gonna be MAGA regardless. So yeah, let's go MAGA Wednesday. Let's do it. Let's do it. Guess I got some foolery to see what's going on.
This particular company's values. What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you guys pulling up today. We got to talk about this, man. This is something that has been transpiring for quite some time. There is so many people, a plethora of people that have lost their jobs from something that they have posted online, whether it was recently or something they posted in the past prior to obtaining a position. People gotta understand, I'm like this lady. I worked in HR. I was a headhunter, recruiter for 15 years. That was my career. That's what I did. When people get hired, one of the first things they do, and actually before you hire them, they scour the internet. They want to see what your social media imprint looks like because they don't want to hire people that is going to make them look bad. They don't. Now, this young lady here, you definitely can't do what she says. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's get into it. And she was just like, yeah, I'm like, you're a Christian organization. He was like, it's not about being a Christian organization. We're talking about like character, morals, integrity, things like that. We just talk about it as a business standpoint, not necessarily a Christian business or organization. So she was just like, well, yeah, and he was just like, well, we wanted to show you this. Pulled his phone out and showed her her own video. That was, I don't know, it was on Instagram or TikTok. And in the video, she was going on a rant and a rave about how she hated white people.
Wow.
I just let her finish.
Be careful what y'all be posting on social media, y'all. Be careful. On the real.
This doesn't line up with our core beliefs and values here at Chick-fil-A, but this won't line up with any organization or company. No employer is going to be okay with an employee doing this. Absolutely. One, it's just ridiculous. I mean, it's 2026. Why are you out here talking about you hate anybody that you don't know? Especially one group of people. I mean, that's so ridiculous in this day and age. Like, come on, man. But even if you do feel that. The deal.
Motion detected at the GMT 12W02346638 PC.
Lots of fraud. Pretty sure it was, man. I'm pretty sure it was. That's crazy. Morning.
Oh my gosh, is he sending a message to everyone? I mean, from the deep state to the rhinos to even, members of his own staff that can't seem to get from point A to point B. He wants action, baby. Action. And this is, after all, the guy that tried to send away Letitia and may still do it. Letitia James, oh my goodness, not good news for her. Welcome to the show, everyone. I'm Trish Regan. Make sure you subscribe, share, like, make a comment. Who do you think is next? Let me tell you, Bill Pulte means business. And Letitia James ought to be darn scared.
Seems like Letitia James in trouble, y'all. Seems like Letitia James might be in trouble.
That initially went after her. Remember, he's the one that had the criminal referral because of the allegation that she was trying to make a little extra on the side, somewhere around nearly $19,000. That's the amount at which she is expected to have benefited from, because she got a better mortgage rate, saying that, one house was actually not going to be for rental, not going to be for vacation, it was going to be her primary residence. Well, that didn't really make much sense, given that she lived in Virginia, New York, at the time. You see, she was trying to say she lived in Virginia, but she was the Attorney General in
Right, she Attorney General, and all those mistakes, all the flaws on her paperwork. Make it make sense. She married to her father on the paperwork. All these years, all this time, nobody wants to say, hey, the paperwork bogus. You got your father on here as your husband. Nobody didn't tell her that. They knew it, and she knew it. It was bogus. Stop the act. Stop the lies, Democrats, liberals. Let's go. Let's continue.
New York. Oh, and then there were a few other things on the way to the forum. He's all over that Brooklyn brownstone that she said had a certain number of floors when it really had something else, because once again, apparently qualified for a better, different rate. And these are taxpayer dollars that are on the line. This was not like Donald Trump, when he goes to Deutsche Bank and he's got a private banker and he says, hey, you know what? I'm gonna try and get a loan and I'm gonna pay you back and you're gonna make a lot of money and it's gonna be win-win-win for everybody. This is actually her going and trying to get federally backed with your taxpayer dollar loans. So this is why Bill Pulte is her worst nightmare. Okay, her worst nightmare. Here's Bill on with Laura. This is actually back from last fall, and again, he's the guy. I want to remind you, he's the guy. I'm going to take it back in time. It was about a year ago, right, when all this stuff came forward, that initially referred Letitia James for that criminal prosecution. Watch.
Well, mortgage fraud is very serious, Laura. I don't like how people are trying to minimize this and trying to minimize violating the law. She was charged with bank fraud. I mean, that's a very serious thing. And Laura, I'll say this. When people lie on small things, they tend to lie on big things. And they tend to lie a lot. And going back to the 1980s, this subject said that she was married to her father. That doesn't make any sense for purposes of getting a mortgage application. And then she has these 3 different properties. She has 2 in Virginia, one that she claims is her primary residence, another one that she claims is her second residence, which the DOJ is now, and Lindsay Halligan's done a great job, I think, at laying this out, is Letitia James appears to be representing it as an investment property for her taxes. So I think Ms. James has a world of problems, and I just want to tell everyone, if there is mortgage fraud and you commit mortgage fraud in this country, we're going to come after you. It doesn't matter whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, or a sophisticated person like Ms. James.
Fraud is bad.
Oh my gosh. Really.
Fraud is bad. Good morning. Good morning.
He has access to all intelligence, right, that's going on. He's now taking Tulsi's job. He doesn't have to get approved or anything for it. He's just going in there on an interim basis. The president can slide him in there. He gets access to all the files, right? And he is a guy who's like, okay, I'm going from A to B and then to Z in no time at all. And so he does not let time gather. He doesn't let the dust grow. He just goes for it. So Letitia James is now probably going to be in some big trouble. There was the original criminal referral that was courtesy of Bill Pulte, 2025. Again, the Virginia mortgage fraud that actually resulted in an indictment, but because of some various other factors, including the reality that Lindsay Halligan was not recognized as the appropriate attorney to be bringing those charges forward at the time. And, we don't need to rehash that, but there's a little bit of blame to go around on that one. Anyway, the fact that she was there and brought those charges forward and got that indictment, everything got thrown out. Now, it was thrown out without prejudice, so she was able to come back, but they weren't able to get the indictment the second time. Well, now that he is head of DNI as well as still head of FHFA, now you got to wonder, is he going to be able to combine, 1 and 1 and get 2 and bring forward even more information and evidence that would result in that grand jury indictment? You had basically as well some concerns about some homeowners insurance in the likes of New York. And that was, and I guess apparently something in Florida. I'm not as familiar with that story. I just saw that one on the screen on the graphic. But I do know that New York came up and those allegations were pretty tricky in New York. We're going to get to those in a second. But don't forget what the president said. The president said, when this all first came out, let's go to President Donald J. Trump being asked by a reporter his reaction to Bill Pulte's charges against Letitia James. Letitia James, who was obviously a real thorn in his side and was trying to bankrupt him and trying to put him out of business and trying to make sure that he wouldn't be the next president of the United States. But too bad for her. There he is.
Get your thoughts on Letitia James. Director Pulte, according to him, Letitia James says that the alleged mortgage fraud was simply a mistake I want to get your thoughts on that. She put down that her father was her husband in order, and this is very similar to, I guess, the false attacks they have on here.
Well, I don't know what it is currently, but Letitia James, who's the Attorney General of New York State, it seemed, I'm not involved in that at all. I know that it's being handled by various groups, I guess, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents, and fraudulent everything. I think she said the father was her husband, which she had to have a husband, so she chose her father, and she put it down, and she said,
Nasty.
didn't she sign in Virginia? Yet she said she lived in Virginia.
What up, Critical?
The New York State Attorney General. She did
Big beautiful Bill, good morning.
so she could take advantage of taxes. And she had the wrong number of units. She had a much different number, which wouldn't have allowed her to qualify and scam the government. So I don't know. I think she's very bad for New York, but I really don't know too much about it. But I appreciate the question. Thank you very much. Yes.
He doesn't know too much about it. Oh, he knows a little bit, shall we say. Again, don't forget that 3-bedroom home, right, in Norfolk, Virginia. Well, she basically saved somewhere around $18,992 as a result of going and getting that FHA-backed loan, which is on the heels of all of us. And you understand, right, the whole point of this. If you say to the bank, or in this case, the government that's backstopping this loan, hey, I'm going to get a loan for a home that I'm going to live in every single day of my life. This is my primary residence. It's very different than going to the bank and saying, hey, I'd like a loan for my vacation house or for my rental property, because the bank's thinking, hey, when push comes to shove and you need to pay that loan back, guess what? You're always going to pay back the primary home that you live in and day out first. And the vacation house, well, that can go, off to Never Never Land, or even the rental property. And so as a result of that, you get a better mortgage rate on the main home. So what the heck are you doing? I mean, they're trying to act like everybody does this. I'm sorry, everybody does not do this. I mean, I've had a vacation home, and it was my vacation home, for goodness sakes. You do not say that is your primary residence. And everybody's blowing this off like it's no big deal. Well, it's not no big deal. It actually is a big deal. And the fact that they haven't been able to get an indictment on it is really concerning. I mean, this is kind of a layup. It's a no-brainer. And they want to say, oh, it's political. It's political. And by the way, that's what she and her lawyer, who happened to be Biden's lawyer too, Hunter Biden's lawyer, Abby Lowell, that's what they're saying all the way to Sunday, right? They just, it's just political. This is vendetta. Well, let me just say, lady, you were the one out there saying he can't be compromising the health of the system and taxpayers. Well, he wasn't. He had a private bank that he was getting a loan from. It's a very different thing than you were doing. Tishy baby was going for taxpayer money, I guess, because she's a socialist and she figures, why not? Letitia's New York properties, they're all being questioned. The Brooklyn Bronson, this is all coming back, guys. This is all coming back. Bill Pulte is going to be all over this. The allegation, right, is that she was massaging the number of floors that she had, saying, oh, there were only 4 units instead of 5, or vice versa, whatever it was, because that affected your mortgage rate on your loan application. Why else would she do this? This was not a simple clerical error, in my estimation. Granted, she's innocent until proven guilty, but I think I'm seeing a pattern here, not to mention the dad, right? The dad, she was apparently married to the dad. Oh yeah, you're going to go all the way back to I don't know, is that the 90s, the 80s, when she was trying to say that dad was the hubby? Wow. Again, on a mortgage application. And then you've got, here's what I was just telling you. The Brooklyn Brownstone, 4 units instead of 5. James basically realized that she was going to get a more favorable loan. That's what's being alleged here by Bill Pulte and Ed Martin, who was doing the investigation, hanging out around the brownstone. They didn't really appreciate that one now, did they? I'm just saying, you thought this thing was gone. It's not. And you know what? Don't feel bad for her. Not one bit bad for her. Remember what she was up to. Remember what she was trying to do.
Trump was held liable for exaggerating his wealth and inflating the value of his real estate so banks would give him low-interest loans. Trump insisted the banks liked doing business with him.
They said no victim. No one got harmed. The banks got paid back.
Listen to her answer here, okay? This is, again, insanely important because he had a private transaction. She had a public transaction. So guess what? If she doesn't pay back the loan, we're all on the hook for it. If Trump doesn't pay back his loan, Deutsche Bank, the bank itself, shareholders are on the hook for it. It is entirely different situation.
So no harm, no foul. Why is that not the case in your view?
So financial frauds are not victimless crimes. He engaged in this massive amount of fraud, and it wasn't just a simple mistake, a slight oversight. The variations were wildly exaggerated, and the extent of the fraud was staggering.
Staggering. I don't know. You were apparently making off on the next street 19K there. Rather staggering yourself, considering your more limited financial overall profile. Again, back to ABC News reporting on this. Letitia James, she wanted to take him down. She wanted to take over Trump Tower, okay? She was ready. She was going to have a ribbon-cutting ceremony right there outside Trump Tower. She took it over for the state of New York. Oh, Ma'am Dommy would have loved her, right? Talking about confiscation of property. That's what she was all about. My gosh.
Trump said the penalty against him would drive other businesses out of New York.
We'll appeal, we'll be successful, I think, because frankly, if we're not successful, New York State is gone.
But the state's
No, she's like, no, it's not going to be a big deal. It is a big deal. And by the way, he was successful, and they got rid of the nearly $500 million, $500 million fine, because that was crazy. I mean, and think about the bias of the judge. Think about that, to put a fine like that on guys. I mean, that in and of itself is something they should look at, basically taking him out of the lineup. The judge, that is. You got to take Letitia out as well. I mean, resign her today, because to me, this is like qualifying for disbarment. Disbarment. And by the way, New York is crazy if they elect her again. But this woman, she is bad news. As you know.
And so we've got to stand up to the federal government. We've got to stand up to bullies.
Okay, she's going to stand up to the bullies. She's going to stand up to the federal government.
Too pale and too stale.
Too male, too pale. Too stale. What a winner. What a winner. What a winner not. Now Pulte's coming for her. I'm sorry, Letitia. Your day just got really, really bad. Because the guy that's now in charge of the entire intelligence operation for the entire country and doesn't like you and made you his sort of, and I realize everybody's like, oh, this isn't fair. And we're going to talk about that because there are even Republicans who are a little freaked out about this right now. But I think this is sending a message, and it's sending a big one. And it's saying, you know what, Letitia, you did something that was pretty darn wrong. As the president said back in 23 in real time, as it was happening, listening to this one.
Mr. Attorney General, Letitia, that went out and campaigned on, I will get Trump. I will get Trump no matter what. I'll get Trump. I promise I'll get her. We have 2 tapes on her now that have come out since the trial because people took tapes of her because they couldn't believe her ranting and raving like a lunatic. But this is the Attorney General of New York State, Letitia James, and she shouldn't be allowed to be Attorney General. She's defrauded the public with this trial. She said that Mar-a-Lago, she convinced the judge at Mar-a-Lago, which was in Palm Beach, Florida, the most expensive land in the world, I guess, and the most expensive houses definitely in the world, at Mar-a-Lago, the biggest house, the most spectacular place in all of Florida.
What up, Red Hood?
$18 million.
I mean, think about that. It's really kind of crazy. Remember to subscribe if you haven't. Make a comment. I do read all your comments. Tell a friend that the Trish Regan Show is here live every single day. If you're watching on the repeat, I call it the West Coast repeat. That is okay. We welcome you. And again, make sure you make a comment. Who do you think is next to be going down here? Again, I would just point out that Letitia James has been front and center, both on the president's mind and on the guy who is now head of DNI. And by the way, he's staying at FHA. So he is going to have access to, he oversees Fannie and Freddie. He has access to all that mortgage information. Remember, he was sniffing around Adam Schiff and he was sniffing around Swalwell. He might be sniffing around Comey too. I mean, there's a lot of sniffing going on. And this is making some people pretty nervous. You have the Democrats are freaking out. They're freaking out. But you know what? Trump is sending a message. He's sending a message to the deep state. He's sending a message to all the Democrats that thought they could play by their own set of rules. They thought, like Letitia James thought, well, we can just go after him and there's no harm, no foul. We can bankrupt the guy. We can force him to have to turn over Trump Tower to us and there's no consequence. And guess what? They're learning today, right now, in real time. There are consequences. And if the consequences weren't falling in line because Pam Bondi couldn't get the job done, well, guess what? Now you got Todd in there and now you got Bill Pulte in there. And Pulte is like a dog with a bone, and he is determined, and they don't know quite what to do other than to freak out, as Chuck Schumer is so fond of doing these days.
Now on the Pulte appointment. This morning, Trump appointed Bill Pulte to serve as acting director of national intelligence.
You bet he did.
Something that should send a shiver down the spine of everyone.
I think it is.
Bill Pulte has proven himself willing to act as a Trump political puppet, filing baseless, outrageous, politically motivated charges on Trump's behalf. And now Trump wants to put him in charge of intelligence?
Oh, he's doing it, Chucky.
Americans need an intelligence chief to be loyal to the facts. If you're not loyal to the facts and intelligence, you're not protecting our security. He needs the intelligence and security teams to pay attention to the security of the nation, not...
Do you notice how he has to keep looking down at his notes? He's written everything over here. Sometimes you see me looking over here. It's not because I'm actually looking at his notes. It's because I'm looking at the next soundbite.
Now, I thought nobody couldn't vote with this whole Say the Act thing going on. I think with the past that we couldn't vote, or if they didn't pass, we couldn't vote. Democrats are full of shit, man. People out there vote with no problem. I'm pretty sure they're showing IDs, but the blue states, the cities, they not really much showing IDs. But other than that, people out there voting. They made people like he ain't gonna vote. It's not gonna happen. Sad. Good morning.
I want to play for you, and I want to make sure I hit it. He's literally he's written everything down, or one of his staffers has written everything down, and he's reading off a piece of paper. So now cue the hysteria. The Democrats are so upset, but here's the interesting thing, guys. Like I said, you know what? This is a message.
Yeah, they be voted out, man.
This is a message.
You've been there too long.
To the entire swamp.
Vote them out.
We're coming for you. You did some pretty bad stuff, and or rather he, won Donald Trump, noticed. And so now you have John Thune and you have Tom Cotton, Tom Cotton, you would think, maybe would be in line and supportive of this president. Thune, I get it, not so much, but still, watch what happens. One of them punts, and then the other, has his own
Mr. Deeds.
Interesting way of
we have no problem
himself.
voting. We're in the Constitution to vote. We are in the Constitution to vote. Black and women, we can vote. It's in the Constitution. It's for us Americans. We're not no illegals. We didn't cross the damn borders. We already here. I understand how this lefties be tripping and sending people off like that. That's sad. Get off the plantation. It's okay to vote red at least once in your life. Hell, vote red, period.
And I'm telling the Democrats and the Republican establishment, they're freaking out.
Do you think that Bill Pulte has the experience to be the acting DNI, and same with you, Senator Cotton, as the chairman of the Intelligence Committee? Is he the kind of person you want leading the Intelligence Committee?
I'll defer to the chairman on that. We were just made aware of that appointment this morning. Obviously, it's something that if the administration decides to pursue a permanent appointment to that position, have to come through the Congress and have confirmation hearings and ultimately a vote here in the Senate. But Senator Cotton, you want to speak to that?
We have 4 more weeks with Director Gabbard as the DNI, and I look forward to implementing last year's Intelligence Authorization Act with her to implement wide-ranging reforms that will shrink the DNI and take it back to its original intent to provide a mere coordinator or process role for the intelligence community. I have no observations on the matter.
Leader Thune, in light of the...
No observations on that. I have no. Oh my gosh. So you got the Republican establishment. I mean, in one fell swoop, Donald Trump managed to scare the living daylights out of everyone. Obviously, Letitia, Ilhan, we're getting to her. All of the Democrats and even the Republicans, too. I mean, gosh. And they're sitting there saying, well, it's going to have to come before Congress, and we're going to have a hearing on this, and we're going to have to vote on this, but not so fast. Not so fast. As my former colleague over at Fox, Chad Pergram, he caught up with Senator Mark Warner today in one of those gaggles, and he asked him an interesting question. And Warner basically said exactly what I think. Like, it's not even going to have to come to that. Like, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Bill Pulte is your new head of the DNI. Suddenly, Tulsi's looking really good to these folks. Really, really good.
So we saw your statement here. Are you worried that they're going to try to keep him in there without confirmation?
Well, Mr. Pulte has absolutely no intelligence background. He has no national security background. The law was written to prevent this kind of appointment. What he does have is a record of manipulating public information, even as the housing czar.
Prayers for your father, man. I'm real Florida grown. Prayers for your father. Blessings to him. He's healed in Jesus' name. I'll still be here, man. Appreciate it. As long as you subscribe, I'm here for you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Prayers for his father, chat. Prayers for the father. Florida grown's father.
To try to pursue attacks against President Trump's enemies. So the idea that President Trump picked this guy, I fear.
Yeah, speedy recovery.
All the information.
Speedy recovery in Jesus' name. Amen.
And the intelligence agencies to potentially go after Trump opponents, or the law says you can stay for 6 months. Well, 6 months conveniently takes him through the election. And the notion that somebody who's got no experience in this field, no background, but has, again, used his experience to try to go after Trump enemies like Lisa Cook at the Fed and Adam Schiff as a senator, taking private information and.
I'm sorry, hang on. What do you think Adam Schiff did to him? What do you think Letitia James
No
did to him? My gosh, you guys. I mean, it's sort of funny. It's like they're allowed to play that game, but nobody else is. The minute Donald Trump says, hey, you know what? And I'm going to be pretty open about it. I'm putting Bill Pulte, my little pit bull, in there to go after everyone. I mean, he's not saying it quite like that, but I'm sort of inferring because Bill Pulte's the only one who was really getting anything done, right? Pam Bondi did squat. I'm sorry. She went on television.
All right, Florida later, man.
Morning, noon, and night.
Later.
She didn't get to first base, and Bill Pulte did. And now they're freaking out. I mean, like I said, Tulsi.
We'll be here.
Who they accused of being a Russian spy is suddenly looking like, you know, she'd be like Christmas compared to Bill Pulte.
Leaking it to weaponize that information. Think what he can do with all of the information from the intelligence agencies. And it is so insulting to the men and women who work in those communities. They help keep our country safe, and now.
Oh, I'm sorry. What do you think? DNI is always kind of political hacked up, all right? Tulsi, again, you know, Tulsi had been in the military, though. Tulsi had a very interesting background for that, but they were always freaking out about Tulsi. You know what? Bannon, Steve Bannon, for those of you that watch him, or many of you, you know, I realize he's kind of a lightning rod. A lot of people don't like him. I've always had a good relationship with Steve, and I like him, and I agree with some of the things he says, and vehemently disagree with some of the other things he says, but I agree with him here. You know what? Pulte sends a message loud and clear. This is like a lightning rod. He just went boom to Washington, D.C. today. Listen to Bannon.
I would say that is a middle finger to the Republican members in the Senate. It is a FU to the deep state. And I think it's a wake-up call to the White House staff. One thing you say about Bill Pulte, he's a man of action.
Whoa.
Wants action.
Yeah, okay. So you now have a guy who is a man of action, just as I said, who basically was getting stuff done when the rest of them couldn't. And now he is there, and he's head of all the intelligence operations. Wow, and I don't know, does he really have to get approved by Congress? Can he go in there on an interim basis? I think that's exactly what the president's plan is. And I think that is actually going to give him perhaps some of the ammunition. Again, you know, look, we don't want to suggest that somehow it's okay and like there's a tit for tat thing going on. But I would say it's sort of funny, like, you know, the 60,000 foot, you know, view on this and the Monday morning quarterback view on this is that, look what they did. Like, you don't think that they weaponized the entire system? They definitely did. And I think what Donald Trump is doing is saying, hey, two can play that game. And I'm going to make sure that you're never going to be able to do that quite in the same way again. And I think the argument for that would be, hear me out on this, is that if suddenly everybody kind of realizes that you can descend into this banana republic very, very quickly, maybe then both sides will suddenly be understanding of the mutual assured destruction, right? It's kind of like the idea that, okay, well, if two countries have a nuclear weapon, and this is a bad example to use given that we're going through all this stuff with Iran right now, and I would never give Iran anything close to a nuclear weapon because they're so crazy and they're such religious extremists, they might just use it, right? But if you have two actors that are thought to be at least dealing with, some level of intelligence, they're not going to fire so directly on each other because they understand the ramifications. And this is what is sort of playing out here in real time. In other words, look at what the Democrats did. Look at what they're still trying to do. I showed you the clip from yesterday where the Nobel Prize-winning economist from Princeton University that gets to write a little op-ed in the New York Times once every couple of weeks, Paul Krugman, he was saying we need to demagnify the country much as we had to denazify Germany. So he's once again, this is how crazy it is. They're comparing MAGA to Nazism. And I kind of wonder if that rhetoric, which came out in the last couple of days, and again, I showed you, I mean, it's always been out there, but it kind of got ratcheted up in a way that was really disgusting. I say that full, utter disgust for anybody that would make such an extraordinarily gross and dangerous comparison. But the fact that they're doing that, it's almost like Donald Trump's like, oh yeah, you want to go there? We'll go there. We'll go there, and I'm going to play hardball. And I'm putting Bill Pulte in, and we're gonna play this just like you guys would. Just exactly like you guys would. So the Democrats are freaking out. They're furious. The establishment Republicans don't know what to say. I'm sure staffers are looking at this and saying, gee, I better get my act together and, kind of get moving on a few things because Bill's going to crack the whip. Ilhan Omar, meanwhile, she's got to be scared. Bill Pulte's going to be coming for Ilhan Omar. You better believe it. And by the way, there's a lot of reason to do so. Brand new report out today showing us that the anti-terrorist group at the Treasury Department actually froze her husband's funds back in 2022 when she was on the House Foreign Affairs, Committee. And he had these various cannabis companies. And they started looking at it, saying, well, why is all this money coming from Dubai and this, that, and the other? And they got kind of nervous. Brand new, just out right now. Now we know that, you know what? They want to say it's political. She wants to say it's political and it's racist and this, that, and the other. Well, guess what? This was Biden's Treasury Department. Biden's Treasury Department. They found out that she had a few too many foreign ties. And so they had to shut down and lock her hubby's, Timmy Mynette's accounts. I mean, this guy is like classic scumbag, if you ask me. This guy with his little cannabis companies and his wine companies and his all kinds of allegations of not paying his investors back, not saying he was going to, there's all kinds of allegations of fraud out there about Timmy Mynette, the new hubby, and his troubled business ventures in the cannabis arena. I want to go to Andrew Kerr's reporting here in Washington Free Beacon. He writes, a U.S. national security agency that metes out sanctions against foreign terrorists and rogue regimes placed a hold in 2022, so Biden era, okay, on investment funds raised by squad member Ilhan Omar's husband and his business partner. The partner claimed in emails later cited in legal filings. The claim of a mysterious hold came while Omar sat on the House Foreign Affairs Committee and 2 years before she was reportedly investigated by the Biden Justice Department for her interactions
with
a
real
foreign
God.
citizen.
On the real.
Ooh. The alleged freeze by the Office of Foreign Assets Control, or OFAC, as it's named, came to light during a legal dispute involving a failed marijuana venture run by Tim Minett, Omar's third and current husband, and his longtime business partner, Will Haler. A couple of losers, Minett and Haler, who, by the way, go belly up with all of their companies, and yet somehow mysteriously at last minute are able to repay investors. I've never understood that myself, because, like, how does he make money? Oh, I just stepped on something now, didn't I? This is exactly what the Office at the Treasury of Foreign Asset Controls is also asking. And because they couldn't get any answers, they just froze his accounts. Guys, this is like a huge development, okay? Because what have I suspected all along? Money laundering, fraud, possible terrorist financing, because what do we say? Al-Shabaab takes its little cut off the top, especially if you're using something like the Hawala network, which likely they were probably using.
Since the 1960s.
This just escalated this entire case in ways that Bill Pulte, who's now head of the intelligence operation, just named by one Donald Trump, really will want to know about. And Scott Bessent, hopefully he already knows all this, right? Because it was a Treasury Department, his department's investigation. Minett and Haler, this is the dynamic duo there with their little DC firm, which is really, I think, a front for access. Just saying. I looked at the website. They've now taken it down, by the way. Fortunately, I have screen grabs. I'm not going to show you now, but I have them. I have them, and if I have to bring them back out, I will. Anyway, Minett and Haler, both former Democrat operatives, have been behind a string of business flops and have been accused in multiple lawsuits of lying to investors and not paying their bills. And so then the investors sue them, and then all of a sudden they come up with the millions of dollars that they need. This is a big deal. I want to share with you a quote from this article. Again, wonderful piece there by Andrew Kerr over at Washington Free Beacon. But he spoke with a guy named Michael Rubin, who's at Middle East Forum, and Michael told him, look, like, just to put this all in perspective. But
what has Trump done to you personally? They can't tell you.
You just gave me a laundry list of something that a flawed has done. I'm going to tell you as a conservative, the values that I align with.
Orders have strayed away from conservative values, right?
By sexual liberation, mass immigration, illegal aliens. This is breaking up families. They've been pumping this since the 1960s.
Sure, liberals gonna liberal, but the thing you actually have to defend.
Wow. Liberals are gonna liberal. Let's bring it back.
Since the 1960s.
Sure, liberals gonna liberal, but the thing you actually have to defend here is that Trump's a conservative. The guy. Wait, did you guys vote for Trump by a show of hands? Who here voted for Trump? All day. Are you guys all conservative?
Definitely.
Okay, so what is Trump conserving for you guys? I don't care what liberals are up to. How is he conservative? Oh well, hey, listen. You said
that's what this is right here, you guys.
Supporters have.
If you can't read, if it's too far back, if you can't read, that's what this is. MAGA women scorch Democrat all the way through. Let's check it out.
Straight away from conservative values, right? By voting for Trump. But that is the prompt. So as a Trump supporter, I'm going to tell you how I align with conservative values, because you just gave me a laundry list of something that a flawed human has done. I don't see Trump. And let me just tell you, I'm a black woman. I got good people in my family. I got killers in my family. Half the people in my family on my mom's side, the men are locked up in prison. Would you point out that's a conservative man that I would vote for? But let me just say what I have to say. You just gave me a laundry list of some.
Y'all see how combative they are? How confrontational they are? How rude they are? These liberal people, they're quick to cut you off. They'll ask you a question, and the second you begin to give them an answer, they're quick to cut you off. They don't want to really hear what you got to say, because in their mind is made up of who Donald Trump is. And if you ask more than half of these people, damn, they're 99.9% of these people, what has Trump done to you personally? They can't tell you.
You just gave me a laundry list of something that a flawed human has done. I'm going to tell you as a conservative, the values that I align with as a conservative. Number one, family structure, tradition, upholding traditions within society. That is very important so that we stay structured and that we have boundaries in society. We need that. I know what a community is like when it doesn't have a foundation, a core foundation of tradition.
Family and structure, right?
But these are the conservative
Shut
values
up, Karen.
that I feel like Trump and the administration and the things that they are enacting and activating, to me, those things protect certain things. Like just the basic things like a man and a woman.
What does that have to do with
everything? That literally is the basis, is the nucleus of the family.
Right, the fact that you're denying your human DNA, you was born with all this type of stuff. You're denying that. That means you're not being honest. You're not honest about your body. You're not being honest about reality. Yeah, there we go.
Family. So when you try to confuse people on what just the basic things of life are as a man and a woman.
That's the video right there, y'all. And look, I gotta watch how much of these videos I play out, but just enough to get you to understand.
Gabriel T, good morning to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Good morning. Bro doesn't know he's black. That's the most stupid shit ever. I'm 43 years old. How I know I'm not black? My kids are black. My wife is black. I'm out on plantation. We all free. Let's go.
Where this conversation was.
Watch the video, Gabriel.
And how objective. They'll ask you a question and then be objective to your answers. Can't really embody the fact that she's giving her the reasons why she's a conservative, and she's asking her what does
Miss Jackson, she don't know what a woman is. She's not a biologist.
What the hell did Biden do?
But she got daughters.
What the hell did Biden do for Americans? Somebody please put it down in the comment section. What did Biden do when he was in office for 4 long years that felt like 10 years? Because we couldn't wait for Joe Biden to get out there. What did Joe
Thank you for
Biden
watching,
do?
Gabriel T. Appreciate it. Like, share, and subscribe. Welcome to the chat.
Questions. What did Trump conserve?
Welcome to the chat. Appreciate it. It's a good video. It's kind of long, so watch it with me.
Look, she's going to pretty much break down some things, and I'm going to break down other things. Let's take a watch.
So I had a couple of conversations here recently with some family members because being a black conservative that favors President
Watch
Trump,
the video. Who cares about being impeached? It's all lies.
That I don't know, but also from family members who ask questions like, "Why you give a damn about Trump? You don't give a damn about you, and what has he done for black people?" So when I start naming policies, because that's what politics is all about, policies, not personality, not how a person talks. Because who gives a damn about that? That's not what governs our life. What governs our life is laws that are being signed. So I named, he stopped redlining, which was discriminating against black people, keeping us from getting business loans. That's why when you come in our community, you see every other people setting up shop when we rarely have any ownership. He
Texas Jane, good morning.
Act that gave specifically black men a second chance at life that were mass incarcerated for drug offenses by commuting their sentences. He also funded HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, for several years at a time, when prior to they had to come back every year for funds. And he's keeping these illegal immigrants from coming over here in our communities, taking our black jobs and practically taking over our communities.
Now, when she said black jobs, she's talking about jobs in the black community. We're talking about manufacturing, warehousing, and certain things that.
Right, I'm letting him continue. It's basically like they going to the hoods. They're not going to the suburbs. When you come to these illegals, immigrants, how you want to put them, they're not going to the suburbs. They're going straight to the hood, the poverty, low income places when it comes to them moving in and living in these areas, these blue states. They're not living in those suburbs, and y'all know that. And that's why these Karens be out there protesting. They're not protesting to keep them out of the neighborhood, to keep them out their neighborhood, out their suburbs. Like Chicago, you got Oak Park, Forest Park, and River Forest. Those 3 level places are worth like $300,000 or more of places to live, houses and all that. Crazy. Let's continue.
That black people are doing in their communities, up until these Democratic criminals started letting these people in the country illegally.
Real Hood, give them a chance. Let's see what they're talking about. Give Gabriel T a chance before we kick him out. Give him a chance.
These illegal immigrants immigrants that came into the country and where they placed them in the black communities. And guess what? They've been working for little to nothing. They work for minimum wage, and black people are not going to do that. So what happens, these manufacturing companies and, you know, distribution companies and so forth, and the list goes on, they hire the cheap workers. Just like back in the day when people used to, now I'm not just talking about black folks, I'm talking about everybody now, white folks, everybody.
Care
right?
about gas
back in the day,
prices.
if you remember,
Gas prices in America has been up and down throughout the years with every other president, period. Gas price been up and down throughout the years, period. At least with this, what Trump trying to get it is the gas price stayed down for a long term compared to having it fluctuate up and down from $3 to $5. Everybody wants the quick fix. Be patient, long term. Be patient. That's why Trump a billionaire. He believe in long term stuff, not all this quick fast BS. Long term. That's why I vote for Trump for. Let's get it.
You know, people, Americans, I should say, Americans used to do, landscaping,
No, it's not.
country yard, all that good stuff would charge you $80, $70. They letting these people in, and what happens? They come in and they're charging.
The gas prices was not like they was, because they was blaming Biden for the gas prices. And you had people on TV saying Biden is not Biden's fault as the president. The gas prices up.
$30. You can't beat that. So what you expect the homeowners to do? They're going to be like, okay, damn, I could get this illegal person that's here and pay them $30 for the job and cut the American out of it and save $50. So people, you got to understand, this is how a lot of people lose jobs. You look at the farmlands. Who you see working in there?
Thank you,
Those
Texas
are not
James.
typical
Tell them.
Americans. Those people are the new slaves. And we're talking about the illegal immigrants that are in here, in this country, working sun up to sundown, making, damn near a nickel an hour. Those are the people.
They can't read or write or can't speak English. And they getting all these CDL jobs, jobs that black and brown people are supposed to get, Americans supposed to get. Yeah, some people are lazy, but at the same time, them jobs are designed for us, not for them. They can't even read and write. They can't speak English. And they driving a 1,000-ton truck up and down the highway expressway. Are you serious? Make it make sense. That's not cool. You want the best driver. When it comes to these 18-wheeler trucks, you want the best driver behind the wheel. You want them falling asleep. You know what I'm saying? You want them also keep track of what's going on when it comes to your log, your products. You gotta log this stuff that's going on. And these guys can't write, so who's doing the logging for them? A lot of BS going on. Who's taking the test for them? There's a lot of stuff going on with this. No, the best driver when it comes to these trucks, man, and delivery.
Who are taking jobs from wholesome Americans in this country.
So when I start naming policies, then it's like, well, I don't care. I don't like them. I ain't for either party. Okay, well, if you ain't for either party, why you got so much energy for one man?
Thank you.
He invented racism when this shit has been going on. Okay, why you can call out everything that the bottom paper, liberal, demonic, owned hoe ass media has said about this man, but you don't got the same energy for these career politicians that have been screwing us over. Like the Clintons, who were responsible for the crime bill. Biden, who's on record saying you ain't black unless you voted for him, was not for integration at all. Said
jungle, a racial jungle.
He said, if you ain't vote Democrat, if you ain't voting for him, you ain't black.
Biden, who's on record saying you ain't black unless you voted for him, was not for integration at all.
She said unprofessional. No, it's called facts.
On his lap.
And by
She
the
said
way,
unprofessional. That is straight facts.
And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again.
What type of shit is that?
So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap.
Said he learned about roaches from black kids apartment on his lap. Okay, the Bushes with the weapons of mass destruction. Okay, and the Rainbow president who was pushing the rainbow, the Pride one, not God's.
Dislike, no problem to Gabriel T. Have a good one. Appreciate you being in the chat.
Or them, because you should have that energy that you have for Trump. You should have it for them times 10. And I know Trump ain't perfect. No one is, and I'm open to facts. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I don't give a damn about is your feelings.
You know what? Joe Biden, man, I don't know how these people voted for Joe Biden. I don't see the reason why they even voted for slimy Joe, because he was as racist as it gets. And let me say this, man. These midterms coming up, we're going to paint this entire country red. And we're going to get rid of the real roaches, which are the liberals.
And more. Shopify also helps businesses grow with built-in email and social campaigns, AI tools for product descriptions and photos, and Shop Pay, one of the best converting checkouts available. Plus, there's 24/7 support whenever help is needed. Turn those what-ifs into success with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at shopify.com/Ruben. That's shopify.com/Ruben. All right, so as I always talk about it, look, mainstream media has failed us in so many ways. And yet I still, as someone that's doing this thing online and has been doing it for a long time, I still think there is a use for mainstream media. And if mainstream media was to completely implode, I think it would actually be dangerous, because we at least need something to bounce off of. And that's really the purpose that mainstream media serves at this moment. So all of the networks obviously went crazy far left and anti-Trump and all of that stuff. Everyone knows that. And finally, about a year ago, CBS News was like, you know what, this ain't working. Like maybe they thought it was working ideologically, but numbers-wise and financially, they're still a company. They're a corporation. They want to make money. And they were like, boy, we're purging viewers. We're doing the same thing as NBC. We're doing the same thing as ABC, etc. Maybe let's try something different. So they brought in Barry Weiss, who, as you know, she's just like a nominal liberal, sane liberal, who you might agree or disagree with, but she's not a wackadoodle progressive. She brought it in. She's cleaning it up, and she has now started to fire some people at 60 Minutes, which has been a major outlet of propaganda for years. Well, as an update to yesterday's story, they now fired the probably the biggest name who's still remaining at CBS News, because they fired some correspondents, but now they fired Scott Pelley, who you likely know. Here's NBC talking about Pelley blasting Barry Weiss. Then we'll get you caught up.
According to a source in the room, Scott Pelley said that editor-in-chief Barry Weiss was brought in to kill 60 Minutes and is doing exactly that. Pelley also blasted the show's new EP, executive producer, telling Nick Bilton he thinks he has slender qualifications for the job. Pelley and reps for CBS did not immediately return our request for comment, but that's as a bunch of network's journalists wrote a letter to Paramount CEO today, urging him to send a clear message to staff, viewers, and the public that David Ellison respects editorial independence and press freedom.
Okay, so Scott Pelley, who said that Barry Weiss, who's his boss, is trying to murder 60 Minutes, and that the new guy she brought in to run the show, this Bilton guy, and we'll have more on him in just a second, is trying to kill it. Well, they were not happy with those remarks, and they fired him. And of course, this would happen in any organization. If Joseph over here went to Phoenix and said, you know, Dave's really killing the Rubin Report. He's murdering this thing. He doesn't know what he's doing. He would not have a job anymore. Just FYI, you know, that's how it is. Someone's the boss. And if you say that the boss is ruining the product, the boss might go. The boss, who, by the way, was brought in to change the direction. She's not doing anything out of the blue. She was brought in to change the direction of their newsroom, and that's what she's doing. Pelley doesn't like it. And, well, he's not walking away. He's getting the boot for going after his boss. You know, if you're going to sit in a room and tell people, boy, this guy's destroying the thing that I work for, and they're the boss might take you out. That's like basic human interaction stuff. Here we'll get to more on the specifics of the firing in just a second. But here's Scott Pelley's, maybe 2 weeks ago, commencement address at Wake Forest University. Fear, fear, fear. He's a fearmonger. Fear, 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 fear. Play the clip.
But in this moment, this morning, our sacred rule of law is under attack. Journalism is under attack. Universities are under attack. Freedom of speech is under attack. And insidious fear is reaching through our schools, our businesses, our homes, and into our private thoughts. The fear to speak in America.
God, Orwell would have a field day with these guys. Journalism is under attack. Yes, well, that's because you guys turned 60 Minutes and CNN and the Washington Post and the New York Times, etc., into lefty outlets, into an arm of the Democrat Party. We showed you the clip. I won't have to show it again today, but we've shown it a million times of Trump on 60 Minutes explaining Russia hoax, explaining Hunter Biden laptop to, what's her name? Who was the woman, 60 Minutes woman? Leslie Stahl. And she, no, we don't do that here. We're journalists here. Well, you were wrong about everything and Trump was right about everything. So you guys have a political agenda. So yes, journalism is under attack. It's because of you. Universities are under attack. Well, yeah, they're under attack from socialists and jihadists who put on terrorist masks and stop students from going to class and who take over complete departments to teach young people to hate America and things of that nature, right? And the idea that people are afraid to speak. Well, who's usually afraid to speak? It's sane people, because if you say that a man is a man and a woman's a woman, it's people like you who will run a 60 Minutes episode explaining that trans is real. You guys have done this. You have done all of this. But even all of that aside, at the end of the day, you basically can't say your boss is a effing F. You just can't. That's just not how it's going to work. And here is, well, Barry's the new boss of the network, but the new executive producer of the show is this Nick Bilton guy, new EP, and here he is. I meant what I said in my letter last week to the 60 Minutes team. Joining 60 Minutes is the honor of my career, and I'm grateful to be working alongside people who have contributed to the most important television journalism brand this country has ever produced. While I'm new to 60 Minutes, I've devoted my career to investigative journalism and storytelling. I started this job excited to collaborate and to benefit from the wisdom and experience of 60 Minutes veterans, with you among them. For that reason, one of the first things I did in my new role was to call you to talk and invite you to dinner. It is a profound disappointment that you rejected the overture and chose to ambush instead. Obviously, he's talking about Scott Pelley here. Yesterday, you hijacked my first meeting with staff to disparage me, my qualifications, and my intentions with remarkable incivility and contempt. I welcome a diversity of viewpoints and respectful debate among the team. But this was nothing of the sort. Yesterday's performative display of hostility enacted in front of the staff instead of in a civil private conversation demonstrated that you have no interest in contributing to the future success of the show or approaching my new tenure with a mind open to collaboration and progress. I am here to deliver first-in-class news programming, not to make headlines about newsroom drama. I'm eager to work alongside those who share this goal. Despite yesterday's misconduct, I had hoped that in sitting down with you today, we could figure out a path forward together. You made clear that you are not interested in such a path. Your antipathy to the future of the show has come through loud and clear, and I have heard you. I therefore write on behalf of CBS News to inform you that your employment with CBS is terminated for cause effective immediately. Enclosed is your formal termination letter. Sincerely, Nick Bilton, executive producer, 60 Minutes. So, again, putting aside the political part of this, if you go off on your boss, if a boss is brought in, the new boss, old boss, doesn't matter. Conference room. You're at a conference room and there's a dozen people and you're belittling your boss, or you're insulting your boss, or you're insulting your boss's boss. You likely are going to be fired, particularly if you do it in a performative way. That's not to say you can't have frustrations with your boss. Sure, no one in this room has ever had a problem with me, but there could be other work situations, right? That's confirmed, yeah. There could be other work situations where you might have a problem with your boss, and there is a way to sit down with your boss. As a matter of fact, joking aside for a second, I always tell Phoenix, you guys should argue with me. If you think I am doing something wrong, bring it to me. Bring to me any philosophical issue that is on your mind. If I say something that you don't think is right or true, bring it to me. And I always say, when it comes to the content of the show, I'll win some and you'll win some, but I will never hold it against someone for bringing me a good faith argument. If I found out people were secretly behind my back, saying horrible things about me, then you have a problem. But that's what this really is about. But now the whole mainstream media is up in arms over all of this. We've got a bit more here from Jeremy Barr, who's a reporter at The Guardian. New Barry Weiss just addressed the termination of Scott Pelley on the network's morning call just now. And here's Barry Weiss's comment. I know I speak for myself, and I hope I speak for everyone here when I say that I'm only interested in working in a newsroom that is built on trust and mutual respect. We cannot do our work without it. That foundation was broken on Monday, and despite our attempts to engage with Scott Pelley and to find a way back, unfortunately, we weren't able to do so, and we had to part ways. We did not want that to happen, but that's the path that he chose. That unfortunate outcome does not discount from the amazing contributions and work that Scott Pelley has done for CBS and for 60 Minutes over the course of his career. She then listed some of the stories from this past season and called them unforgettable stories. So look, she's the boss. She's running the newsroom. The guy she just hired, Nick Bilton, is the executive producer of the show. And if Scott Pelley doesn't like it, he obviously dealt with it in a highly immature way. Might I also offer that, the chair is the thing that's worth something on these mainstream media things, meaning nobody's looking for cable news anymore. The people that are watching cable news, they've been watching it forever. So you just turn on CBS News in the morning, or you turn on NBC Nightly News, or it's Sunday night and you just turn on CBS, meaning more people are fleeing from those things. But the people who are there are just it's like habit in some sense. So the cast of characters who they have on the show, they're completely interchangeable. Right? It just doesn't matter. So if Abby Phillip at CNN, if she was fired tomorrow and they just brought on someone else, it doesn't change the ratings. People just tune into that and they like it or they don't like it. Scott Pelley, what I would say to Scott Pelley right now is if you think you've been paid millions, I don't know that his salary is out, but it's millions of dollars a year. You've been paying millions and millions of dollars a year. There are all sorts of us online who do these shows independently. We do them from our garage. If you are great at this, you no doubt have tons of connections, access to money and everything else. Let's find out how great you are. But you were just a chair there. That's really the truth. And you are not indispensable. And by being basically a dick to your boss, I think they prove that to you. Here's a statement from Scott Pelley. There has never been anything in America like 60 Minutes. The Sunday tradition is the most successful program of any kind in history. For more than a decade, its innovative growth on every major online platform has extended its reach to countless millions around the world. This spring, at the end of our 58th season, 60 Minutes grew rapidly with an unheard of 9% jump in viewers on CBS. 60 has been the number one program in America for decades because our beloved audience finds integrity, quality, and humanity in our stories. When Stewart...
So let's turn our attention back to the governor's race. More than 60 names were on that ballot.
An extensive list, and right now the two frontrunners are Javier Becerra, Democrat, and Steve Hilton coming in at 27.8%, with 58% of voters reporting in.
All right, joining us now on the top of that list right there is Steve Hilton himself. Thanks for joining us here on Good Day LA.
Great to be with you. Thank you so much.
So, did you get any sleep last night? We're still watching those results come in, but it does appear that you're going to be moving on to the general election. We just want to get your reaction this morning.
I did get a little bit, not as much as would be advisable for your best health, but it's I'm going to put it this way, it's a good day for everyone in LA and in California who wants to see change in our state, and that's a majority. The last poll that I saw, not specifically on the governor's race or any political race itself, but just on the general question of whether people think that California is going in the right direction, showed that 56% think that our state is not going in the right direction and want change. And so it was really important that we had a choice in November in the general election, that's coming up in a few months, between someone representing the way things are right now and someone who wants to take our state in a different direction. And it very much looks as if that's what the voters are going to get. I represent change. Javier Becerra looks like he's going to be the guy who thinks more of the same is what we need. But the most important thing is that we're going to have a choice in the general election, and not as some polls indicated to Democrats or even to Republicans in the top two. Having a choice is a good thing, and it looks like that's what's going to be available to everyone in California when it comes to the general election next November.
Now, you were endorsed by President Trump. He gave you his complete and total endorsement. You don't need us to tell you this is, of course, a heavily Democratic state. Do you think that this is going to hurt you or help you in the general election come November?
Well, the way I really think about it is that it's going to help California if I'm elected governor, and we have a relationship between the governor of California and the president of the United States. It's a good relationship, a positive relationship, so we can make practical changes happen that benefit everyone watching. For example, I want to make sure that we open up energy production in California so we can lower gas prices. One of my main pledges in this campaign is $3 gas. One of the ways we do that is to make sure that instead of importing oil and gas from halfway around the world, we use the oil and gas we have here. The president and his administration want to do that as well, but the current governor is opposed to that. And so I think it's going to be helpful if we have a good relationship there. Same with managing our forests so that we reduce wildfire risk, or finding fraud and stopping the fraud in our healthcare budgets. All of these areas and many more, we're actually having a positive, constructive relationship between President Trump and his team and the governor of California, I think will deliver positive benefits for Californians.
Okay, Steve, you said it. As it stands right now, it does appear that your opponent will be former Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra, the former California AG as well. Let's hear from him first, from his speech last night.
There are powerful forces aligned to darken our light. Distrust, disinformation, division, and distraction. Make no mistake, those forces did not want tonight to happen, because their success depends on our failure.
You guys get a chance, check this video out. I did it yesterday. Check it out if you get a chance.
The last thing these forces want is a working class governor with a law degree and a union card ready to call them out. They know that I can't be bought. They know I can't be bullied. And they know I will not back down. Now, we also recognize that despite all of California's growth and innovation, wealth and workforce, there are still too many Californians who feel shut out, priced out of the winner's circle. They feel disconnected from the economy, from our government, from the job market, the housing market, and from one another. As your governor, I am ready to lead the fight to uphold California's promise.
Well, that was just part of his speech there. He was kind of referencing Tom Steyer, but in that speech also, he referenced MAGA, he referenced fighting against MAGA, and no doubt that this campaign, he is going to frame you as a MAGA candidate. He sued the Trump administration more than 120 times as AG. How are you gonna push back against those claims, especially since President Trump did endorse you?
It's very weird watching him. I don't really know what he's talking about. Classic kind of politician reading some script from a teleprompter there. It's hard to make out what he's saying. Here's the point that I think everyone understands. We've had Democrats controlling California for 16 years now with no check on their power. Democrats have run the state legislature with 2/3 majorities in all the in both chambers. We've had Democrats holding all the statewide offices, every big city, every big county, the state Supreme Court, 6-1 Democrat majority. So it's his party and it's him. It's the Democrat political machine that's been running California and that's given us the highest cost of living in the country, the highest unemployment rate in the country, the highest poverty rate. Everything we see around us in California is the product of Javier Becerra's Democrat machine. So I don't really understand what he's talking about. It's the policies that he supports that have given us the problems that everyone watching here today experiences. And so when we talk about change, that means a change away from Javier Becerra. And so what we really need is someone who's going to do the things that I'm talking about. For example, put more money in your pocket by taking less money out. by taking less in tax. The starting point for my tax plan, your first $100,000 tax-free. We're going to cap vehicle registration. Everyone watching knows how expensive it is to register your car or your truck every year. $1,000 or more some people pay. Hundreds of dollars often, even though in other states it's less than 100. My plan is to cap vehicle registration at $71 per vehicle per year. Make sure that we don't charge small businesses $800 a year just for existing. All of these things are practical steps that we can take to make life more affordable for Californians. But it means changing from what we've got now, which is Javier Becerra.
Change, Steve, is something that is at the center point of this race for mayor here in Los Angeles. Spencer Pratt has been campaigning on change and the necessity for change. So as governor, you'll, of course, have to work with whoever is the next mayor. What's your take on the mayor's race here in Los Angeles?
Well, obviously, Spencer's really set off a great energetic response with his campaign, and I'm a strong supporter of Spencer Pratt's, and I think everyone in LA understands that we've got to have some change from what's been going on, and I'm really happy to see the response to his campaign. Looks very much, as you say, that he'll be there challenging Karen Bass, and I'm with him, because we've got to clean up the homelessness, we've got to do something about the crime. The fact that so many people in LA just feel like we're the second city in America, we should be a crown jewel for our country and for our state, and yet it doesn't feel like that in LA. And so I'm really looking forward to working with Spencer as governor, just as I am with the mayors of our other great cities in California, to deliver concrete, positive changes for everyone watching.
As we said, all the votes and the ballots have yet to be counted, but it does appear that you'll be heading toward the general election. So we want to thank you for coming on Good Day LA this morning. We look forward to talking to you.
Thank you.
In the months to come.
Great to be with you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
What's going on in Texas, guys? What's this?
America's highways, but it's not working. Oh, what's going to happen now? He's out. Look at this guy. Oh, he got away. He got him. Get him, officer. Get him. Where's he going? Oh, surrounded. That is a takedown run. Wait till you see how many people are in that vehicle. Oh, man. Oh, there's not even any seats back there. That's dangerous. Apparently they were smuggling people from Mexico and from Vietnam. That's crazy. And this is 2026, May. Okay. Wow, look at that. A lot of people in one vehicle. But before we see some even wilder police chases that'll have you wondering if it's even safe to get in your car or to enter your garage because of who might be hiding in it, let's just say that this semi that's getting pulled over by Border Patrol isn't full of Amazon packages. They got state troopers. They got Border Patrol SUV over there. They know that there is something in this truck that requires a significant law enforcement response. Oh, somebody's running. Well, they're already busy. Oh, a couple people. Okay, those are agents. They're going to get that guy. Who's driving this thing? Is that the driver? I mean, whoever is going back to wherever they snuck in from. But wait till you see what they find in here.
There's a lot more.
Wow. Look, they got people on top of people. That's crazy.
Nadie viene heridos. No, al parecer nadie niños.
That's crazy. Look at that.
¿Qué ciudad? 17.
This is from 2 weeks ago.
Armas. No. ¿De qué país?
There's 20 people allegedly in here.
That's crazy.
This is crazy. Look at this. You know how many trucks are on the road in this country? This could be in any truck. And look at, oh man. Listen, the border is going to be a forever battle in this country. This guy's probably going away for a long time. It's 10 years per smuggling count. That's 20 people. 200 years. But as you're about to see, this driver right here was gambling with a little more than that.
I'm going back to Houston.
And you're coming from the casino right now?
Yeah, it's been like
He's coming from the casino.
So you were at the casino?
Yeah.
The casino's over there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's your first lie.
So where are you coming from right now?
Where's
right now? I'm coming from Motel 6.
Motel 6.
You stayed over there or what?
Yeah, I stayed the night.
Let's see, buddy. The officer knows something weird going on. Casino's not around. Oh, what's in the trunk?
Oiga, you stay?
Oh!
Wow.
I'm laying here.
¿Dónde está? Can you put him under arrest? You're under arrest for human smuggling.
Wow.
What?
For human smuggling. ¿Trae identificación?
Wow. Hey, he's got identification. He's documented. Look at that. He didn't lose a bet either. Well, he did lose a bet. He bet that he could beat Border Patrol.
I thought you better be Border Patrol. No, that didn't happen.
This is crazy, man. So drive around with somebody in the trunk. This is like no one benefits from illegal immigration.
You
man.
have
He asked for a ride.
in your trunk?
I swear to God,
No. It doesn't matter if you speak Spanish.
He speaks Spanish. He's got a ride in the trunk. What kind of nonsense lie is that?
Right.
Obviously, there's something wrong going on. This guy should have thought of a better excuse before he thought about breaking the law. But as you're about to see, not everybody hiding in a vehicle wants to come out of that vehicle peacefully. This guy's not pulling over. The pursuit vehicle has its lights on. That's the first mistake. This is down by Laredo. Look at this place. Packed full of cars. Oh, now he's getting on the highway.
Oh, that's a good one, Threshold. That's a good one.
As you're about to see, this car, it may very well break down after what they're about to put it through. All right, this is definitely a traffic violation. He's trying to get around the semi. Will he get around the semi? Oh, that's a tight squeeze. Oh, man. Man, you know, these officers that pursue these vehicles, they are some of the best drivers in the whole world, man. Don't count them out. They got to pursue maniacs like this, get them off the road as fast as possible. Look at this guy. He's passing. Look at this. Passing people on an on-ramp. This is dangerous.
Good one, Threshold. That's a funny one. Good one.
What's going to happen here? Of course, breaking more laws. I don't know if this person's ever going to have a license again after this.
That's a wrap for Buddy.
Oh, there it is. Pit maneuver.
Like, share, and subscribe. I'll replay it. Hold on, let's replay it.
That was a great pit. Oh, they're running? Wow. What's going to happen here? Of course, breaking more laws. I don't know if this person's ever going to have a license again after this. Are they going to pit him? Oh, there it is. Pit maneuver. Wow. That was a great pit. Oh, they're running? Wow. They're going to catch that guy.
That's what's up, man. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel, man. MAGA, baby. MAGA with Trump, without Trump. I'm MAGA. Yes, yes. Welcome to the chat, Threshold. Thank you, thank you.
He ain't stopping. Over the fence. Oh. I think the taser works. Was that a barbed wire fence?
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. Hands behind
Was
your
that?
back.
That might have been a barbed wire fence. Cuffs out. Got him. What a tough job, man. To have to do this for a living.
Right.
Oh, there were 6 people in that vehicle. Wow. But sadly, that's not the only vehicle on the road which is over capacity. Wait till you see what happens here. It looks calm, looks like a normal traffic stop. Well, that window tint says otherwise.
Get inside!
Oh, get back in.
Hey, come on, Becerra!
Oh, going back to the vehicle.
Right.
So 4 people are running. Oh, so she just called in air support, it sounded like.
Yep, Threshold moment. You're right.
And now they got to get the driver, but they think the driver might jump out again. What's going to happen here? Oh, the door's open. Oh, well, all that. dust just went in the car, man.
1050.
Okay, they spun out in some sand. Oh, everyone's running. Bail out. Whoa, where's he going? Oh. All right, anyone in the car? No one?
Name is Deunta. Welcome to the chat again. Threshold moment. Name is Deunta. Welcome.
And they already got him. He wasn't getting away.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Affected in beans. Oh man, not in
Shiloh
beans.
Rodriguez. Going away for a long time. But look at this. Here we have another tiny vehicle with too much in it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I don't know where they learned to drive, but they're not even on the road. And they're on the wrong side. They're a construction site. What's going to happen here?
What up, Michael?
They're not getting away. The windows open. Another pit maneuver. It's a very solid pit maneuver right there. Oh, they're out. They're out after the pit maneuver running. Oh, what's happening here? Go get him, officer. Go get him. Go get him. Where's... Oh. Oh, these guys are running. So they got some people at the vehicle. Look at this person. They got their Sunday best on. Oh, now they're arrested. At least they didn't run.
I'm going ahead to the dump, Shirley. Good morning. Okay.
Handcuffs. Ooh. But as you're about to see, some of these criminals, they think they can get away if it's nighttime. Which,
we're going to be primary Laredo going eastbound now on Highway 50.
Because there's no cars on the road. They think they can outrun the police, but not going to happen, man. In Texas, you got cops everywhere. This ain't no sanctuary city or state.
Yeah, it's going to be westbound on Sinatra.
Oh.
It's making the U-turn.
Oh, that car's already immobilized. Right? Did he get away? They already got boxed in and off the road.
There'll be a four-way vehicle pit maneuver.
Oh, pit maneuver? Did they get him? He says, oh, he's right there. Okay, they got him boxed. Boom. They got the whole force out here. I think they can actually catch you faster if it's in the evening, if there's no cars, and if you're driving a white car and you're breaking all the laws on the road. This that looks like a Toyota Camry, by the way. Look at all that smoke. Did they blow a tire? Tires might be out. They're going to pit again? No, didn't do it. There's vehicles ahead. It's a good call right there. This guy thinks he can get away. Meanwhile, the car is like putting up smoke. Okay, the tires are running on the broken rear fender walls.
Westbound turn on 355.
It's not going to be long before those wheels explode and this thing is just dead as tracks. And now they're going to pit. Oh, got him. That's it. Oh, maybe it's a Nissan. That's the end of that Nissan. Look at this. This is crazy. Oh, someone just got taken down. Oh, how many people are in there? Whoa, this is a big bus.
Hey, get your hands up. Get your hands up.
Oh, he's running. He's running. Oh, God.
Give me your hands.
Wow. That guy's trying to get away. Look at this. How many people we got here? Are we going to have more than 10 people?
Yeah, that's good.
There are like 5 SUVs. Look at this. Okay, and they had 5 people in there. Oh, they had a juvenile. So that's one of the tactics that the cartels use. They have people who are minors who are involved in this because the charges are less. These are people who are likely to get let out of the system sooner and can go back to work for the criminals. But speaking of criminals, look at this. They are still doing things the old-fashioned way, trying to sneak across the border, crawl under it, climb over it, make a hole in the wall. But you can see here we got ourselves a thermal camera. Are they hiding in the bushes? This is weird. Tonight, I guess that these are the folks who would make their way to where the smugglers can pick them up. Oh,
it's one mother job.
Found it.
Okay.
Wow, it's
Asking how many were in the
kids.
group. There were many people. Wow.
¿Cuántos años tiene? Sí. 17.
This is crazy. Only 3 people. So other people got away. That's wild, man. So other people got away. Oh, man.
¿De dónde eres, chavo?
De Guanajuato.
¿Y cuántos años tienes?
34.
¿Y quién son ellos que estaban con usted?
Era mi novia. Dice que no es su novia. No sé por qué lo niego. Es su hija.
¿Eres la guía o qué?
No.
¿No? ¿Cuántos estaban en tu grupo?
Nadie, no más.
¿Y cuánto pagaron para cruzar?
So he's the smuggler.
Hasta el momento llevo pagados.
60,000 pesos. I don't know what that is in U.S.
¿No pagaste?
They got the cartel wristbands. Yeah, it's still happening out there, man. This is disturbing. Multiple wristbands.
Damn.
Look at that. 3
Wow.
wristbands.
Estos son tuyos y estos son de ella. ¿Y por qué 3? ¿No te dijeron?
That marks people to let other criminals know who's paid, who hasn't, what
All right, Michael, have a good one, man. Glad you're in the chat. Appreciate it.
territories they've come through.
Appreciate
It's a
that.
criminal operation. There are the wrong people benefiting from this, and these individuals have been rescued from whatever was waiting for them inside America. They would have had to work that off or something terrible.
All right, it's getting lit up.
It's getting lit up. What do we got here? Oh, this guy's already breaking the law. Does he think he can get away? He's not going to get away.
No.
You're not going to get away, dude. You're not getting away. It's not going to happen, man. He thinks using his turn signals is going to help him get off easy, maybe. As you're about to see, that does not happen. That is not how they say,
Damn.
oh! Ooh. Oh, he scared away that bird. Thank God the bird's okay. This is wild. So they think they're speeding down what might be like a dead-end road. Okay, it's not a dead-end road, but it's not going to end for them in victory. Let's put it that way. Look, they're all over the environment here. This is crazy. Where are they going? They think they can swerve left, swerve right, throw off. It's not working, man. This is desperation. These smugglers, okay, now they're going to run. Whenever they stop, they run. Oh, no! Oh, they faked me out. They faked me out, but they didn't fake out Border Patrol. Not happening. You're going to try it again? Oh, did a 180. This guy's probably done this before. Look at that, right past Border Patrol. See, what I don't like is it's a residential neighborhood, man. Don't be bringing this where families are living. Put people in danger. Oh, that's suspensions. Oh, they all ran. All the occupants ran. So they made enough distance. Oh, look, there they go. They're going off to the side. Well, that vehicle's done.
Behind the residence.
They're in a neighborhood now. Where did they go? Are they in a house? Where are they? Oh! They went in someone's house. They invaded a house. After coming into the country without permission, they went to this house without permission. Reckless driving, smuggling, yeah. Confirmed Gulf cartel member. Don't tell me organized crime isn't behind.
$300,000 vote deficit.
Yeah.
If the way that things progress, even with the mail-in voting. Right. But they haven't called any of those as moving forward yet. But it does look like it's going to be Steve Hilton versus Becerra.
There's 400,000 plus, probably because Steve Hilton's going to get more in too with the 56% that's reporting. So how does Tom Steyer? So it looks like again we're not there yet, but it's close that we're going to have a Republican choice. This jungle primary system is actually backfiring on Dems in California as we speak, because it's not just finishing up with what we're such Democrat areas that we know that they're going to vote in.
Subscribe.
Choice. It looks like that may not be the case when you're talking about the LA mayor as well as the governor. And again, then it goes to, does the Republican Party, the apparatuses, the outside groups, do they go in and spend the big dollars to try and make a stunning victories in both the mayor's race and the governor's race? Also, a big shout out to very close with us. He was a former U.S. attorney, just recently former U.S. attorney in Montana, Kurt Alme. He again to replace Steve Daines in the U.S. Senate, won his Republican primary by 76% as the votes are coming in right now. So it'll be close to 80%. And excited then about, again, general election. Montana, you have to take seriously. They do elect Democrats occasionally, but we'll certainly want to get behind him. I know he's going to be on the broadcast soon.
One other thing, and I think, we can go to, we should talk about, because once again, we're looking at California a lot. We're looking at some of these places that had positive results for more conservative candidates. You're also seeing things like in New Jersey, where there was a Democrat who won the primary there to run for Congress, who has ties to Al-Qaeda.
Oh, yeah.
And this is what is so shocking, is that this individual, Adam Hamawe, was an Egyptian-born former combat surgeon who volunteered and interned with a nonprofit that was linked to Al-Qaeda in Bosnia, as well as he was called as a defense witness for the trial of the blind sheikh. He has now become a nominee for the Democrat Party.
Background on who that is.
Blind sheikh, big-time terrorist.
There you go. Top terrorist.
Al-Qaeda that we have prosecuted in the United States and really dominated kind of even the New York political scene, like the trials around the blind sheikh for so long.
Yes, I mean, this is, again, it's pretty shocking. Like you said, that these kind of individuals are getting through the process, and it just shows you kind of where the left is right now.
New Jersey's so weird. I mean,
Yes,
I feel like it should not be these kind of candidates out of New Jersey.
No.
Spend any time in New Jersey, they just not feel.
Does it sound very Bruce Springsteen, the boss, having the blind
I don't
sheikh?
know about that. I feel like that's the worst example you could have given.
Definitely a lot of kind of like labor union type Democrats winning.
Yeah.
But not guys who were tied to
Pennsylvania
terror
Democrats,
attacks that impacted a lot of people in New Jersey.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take some more phone calls as Will decides that Bruce Springsteen is who we should be.
I was trying to get people fired up.
Yeah, I would have said,
He doesn't like us.
no, I don't think so. I would have said Bam Bam Bigelow or someone like that, the king of Asbury Park. Phone lines are open for you, 1-800-684-3110. I don't know Bam Bam Bigelow's political affiliation. Rest in peace.
I feel like he was probably pretty
See the head tattoo. 1-800-684-3110. 1-800-684-3110 to have your voice heard on the air today. Also, support the work of the ACLJ. We got a petition up right now. I think you can be a part of it. Go to aclj.org/sign. I'd like you to do that. We have petitions, new petitions that go up all the time. Great way to get involved. Great way to start your journey here at the ACLJ or to continue on. Again,
Good morning, Matt.
We'll be right back with more on Seculo.
This report from Judiciary Committee staff in the House, so Jim Jordan's committee, that was tasked with looking into the Biden-Harris administration's funding of anti-Netanyahu NGOs using the U.S. Agency for International Development, also known as USAID.
At ACLJ Jerusalem, we discovered evidence of American tax dollars being wired through NGOs to end up stirring up protests and unrest in Israel. It was a major issue, which, according to Israeli intelligence, many of the people that they were interrogating after the October 7th war acknowledged that the dissent, the internal strife in the country, the protests, the anguish over issues like judicial reform and others, sent a message to Israel's enemies that now's the time to attack. And we discovered that a lot of that was coming actually from American tax dollars, also from other countries, being used to gin up these protests and these hostilities in the streets. Well, we brought this to the attention of the Judiciary Committee, and they launched an investigation. And last year they came out with one report, which showed that close to $1 billion, several $100 million that they were able to trace, came from the Biden administration, either directly or through various entities like NGOs and nonprofits to fund up these kinds of protests. This follow-up report, which just came out over the weekend, I think it was dated May 29th, now seems to establish that this is not just, it's much more than smoke. There's fire. There seems to be a broader pattern, a deeper pattern. The report is talking about funding up organizations that are terrorist organizations or ties to terrorist organizations, that are promoting terrorist ideals, that are promoting dissent against Israel around the world and within Israel. And so this work seems to be taking on not just life of its own, but thank God the House Judiciary Committee is dedicated to really digging in deep to what we found, and they're finding more and more.
I want you to call in, be a part of the show today. 1-800-684-3110. We got a couple calls we're screening right now, but there's a few lines open. Give me a call right now. You get this.
We have a lot of California listeners. Yeah. Did you vote yesterday? Did you vote by mail? Did you vote in person?
I think it's a good thing.
And if you did vote in person, what did the scenes at the polls look like? Give us kind of a report.
I just played a video of him talking. He talked with some sense.
Report on the ground there from California.
California. Some people don't like doing this, but if you're willing to, we'd love to know who did you vote for and why.
Favorite song about California.
Just who did you vote for and why?
Give us a call, 1-800-684-3110. With that, though, there is an update on some of the work of the ACLJ, so I want to make sure, for those of you who maybe are over California, don't want to hear about it all the time, there is some big updates in our current fight against CNN at the Supreme Court of the United States. You know you've heard about this if you've been a longtime listener. This has been a case we've been working on for many, many months, and has been moved around a few times, and now we are finally starting to maybe settle in at the United States Supreme Court of getting more information.
That's right. And Jordan, obviously, this is a case we've talked about for quite a while now, since really the end of last year, where we filed our cert petition at the Supreme Court. This is related to a defamation case where CNN...
Yeah, Matt, I played this earlier, Matt.
Ran with a narrative, and not just once, but then repeated this narrative, and it was a lie against Alan Dershowitz, who had given testimony in the well of the Senate during the first impeachment of Donald Trump. And they took what he said, clipped it out of context, and created something they called the Dershowitz Doctrine, and then ran with this lie, basically saying he said the opposite of what he actually said. And lower courts all came together and denied his defamation claim because of New York Times v. Sullivan. There was even one judge that wrote, but for New York Times v. Sullivan, clearly there was defamation here. Clearly Alan Dershowitz was defamed by CNN, but because of New York Times v. Sullivan, we can't do anything about it. And that's a Supreme Court precedent that gives this higher standard of defamation if it's against a public figure. It was in a different...
It's very complicated in the age of media and when you have social media. Here's where that gets very complicated. You have maybe an Instagram account or a TikTok account that's not private, and you put lots of info up, and maybe you use it for sales. Maybe you use it to promote some companies. You might use it as a second business, something like that. If you do that, then why would you not be considered someone who is a public person under the current law and interpretation of the law of New York Times versus Sullivan, and thus an average person who just has a public social media account that could be fairly active? I wouldn't say all the public ones would go that way, but if you had like 1,000+ followers, I think certainly make the case that this is someone who is going out to the public. They're not stopping anyone from looking at their account. So then do you then have to, if someone says something horribly nasty about you and defames you, and you've met that bar, do you then have to meet the bar, the malice bar as well? And again, that's why I don't think those who wrote this law ever intended it to apply to public citizens. It applied to public elected officials and those who work for those officials.
Very different time.
And once again, that bar here, even, they also had the ability to go back and check their work. And other people could see it. It wasn't like
with the term for it. They came up with the Dershowitz Doctrine. They doubled down on it. They didn't say, "Did he just say that? Or did we get that wrong?" I mean, let's get the full clip so we can actually make sure what we're doing is right. They didn't do that till like weeks later,
right?
And only because he was like demanding it. And so when no one was paying attention anymore, they kind of went on there and said, well, you could have also interpreted this way. They still would not say that they cut it to make it look bad. You even had that judge saying, in the opinion, that it was defamation. It's just whether or not he's a public official that is the bar here.
And here's where we are now.
Now we'll move on. What's going on?
So remember, we filed this cert petition back in December of 2025. So we're now in
6
May.
months.
We filed the petition. They decided.
We're in June.
That is insane. It's June. But they decided in January, CNN waived their right to respond. It was distributed for conference in February of this year. And then the Supreme Court justices said, you know what? We actually want to hear what CNN's response is. That kicked the can down the road to March. They filed their response. Then they asked for an extension of their response. They finally filed that in April. And then we filed our reply brief here in May. It was distributed for conference a second time, May 5th. They then rescheduled another conference, May 26th. Then it was distributed for conference again on June 1st. They distributed it for the conference of June 4th. This is now the fourth scheduled conference. The difference is the first one they said, we actually want to hear from CNN.
When I was moving the admissions before the justices, that was about 10 days ago now, not last Friday, but the Friday before Memorial Day. And again, the court was in session that day. It was on the calendar for them after we were done moved three of our ACLJ attorneys into the Supreme Court bar, that they'd be leaving that because they didn't have cases that day or our oral arguments to consider our case. It was on the docket then. Since then, it's already gotten moved yet again 2 times.
And now it is scheduled for tomorrow.
That's right.
And what they do
so
in conference is to
vote.
vote.
Time to pray to just kind of get in the minds. It takes 4 usually to take 4 justices to want to take a case.
And that's what I was going to say, that what they're actually doing in conference is voting. Yes. And it's called the rule of 4. You have to have 5 to win a case, right? But to have the Supreme Court accept it and hear it, it has to have 4 justices say, at least minimum of 4, say, this is something we feel like the court should hear. So that is what we're looking for. And we could know Monday, and once again, they do the orders list every Monday following the week before's conference. Yeah. We could know Monday something. We could see it be redistributed for conference. Yes. There's some options there, but we are praying at this point that tomorrow when the justices are in conference and they hear about this again, that they are moved to take this case.
Well, what I would say is that, look, we know that there are justices on the U.S. Supreme Court that have written about this before and said that New York Times versus Sullivan has gone too far. But they have to look at this strategically, right? I mean, you cannot get around New York Times versus Sullivan in this case. So it's going to be a major precedent that is being looked at again by the Supreme Court if they say yes to the oral arguments and say yes to the briefing on this, that we've accepted this. So if you are one of the justices who believes New York Times versus Sullivan has just not been interpreted correctly since the rise of a different kind of media age, you want to make sure you're not going to just bring this case up and end up doubling down on this policy. Because, again, if you think this is not the best vehicle. So they've got to look and say, it's not even just the counting the 4, it's that out of those 5, are any of them kind of giving the signal that they could be persuaded here to make a change and overturn a precedent?
Then what happens in a scenario that if it is turned down, if they decide not to go forward, where does the law end up? It's just over?
The state of where the law has been interpreted remains. What's interesting is that usually in one that's been kicked down this many times, that's a good sign for cases at the Supreme Court. Usually, again, after 3, there's either one of 2 things. Usually it's going to get granted, or someone is writing a dissent from it not being granted. They're upset that the court did not decide to won't hear the case.
All right, we'll find out more potentially next week on that, but we're not going anywhere. We still got a second half hour left on the broadcast, and I want you to be a part of it. If you don't get us on your local station, or you just want a different kind of experience, find the full video experience where you can talk and chat at aclj.org, at YouTube, on Rumble, Facebook, however you get your podcast. We are there always. Whether that is noon to 1 p.m. Eastern time, where we are live Monday through Friday, or if you want to catch us on archive later on immediately following the show. That is, again, however you get your pods, or available on our YouTube channel, Rumble. Easy way to do it, though, is just go to aclj.org. Experience all we have to offer there. Sign the petitions if you want. Become
coming. Change is coming to California. Change is coming to California, and it's long overdue. So yes, we are fighting as if we're in third place, because that's the way to make sure we get every vote.
California governor candidate Steve Hilton, he is running in first place right now, but only 63% of the votes being counted so far. It's the race for the highest office in the Golden State, and it is too close to call. Hilton is narrowly leading that pack with the former HHS Secretary Javier Becerra and then billionaire Tom Steyer rounding out the top three. The two candidates in a jungle primary who come out on first and second, they advance to the general election in November, regardless of their political persuasion. Well, thank you for watching National Report and joining us for this hour. I'm Edie Hill.
And I'm Tom Basili. This, of course, comes as another high-stakes race has taken place in the city of Los Angeles. The candidates there for mayor are vying to go on to the general election in the fall. That contest also still playing out. Lots of ballots still outstanding there. LA Mayor Karen Bass, though, is projected to advance to November. Former reality TV star Spencer Pratt and others are also locked in a battle for second and third to take on Bass.
Yeah. Our correspondent Joe Mueller is live in Los Angeles with more on these results as they trickle in. Joe, good morning.
Hey there, good morning to you. A lot of people waking up here in Los Angeles and across the state of California looking at their phones, trying to see what the results are. But keep in mind, the ballots are still being counted, and they will for several days now. But the biggest surprises this morning here in Los Angeles, seeing how well Spencer Pratt did in his run for mayor right there towards the top, right under Bass. And then you also have Steve Hilton leading the governor's race, top two moving on there. So let's start with the governor's race. Let's talk about this. Early results show a tight contest with Republican Steve Hilton slightly leading Health Secretary Xavier Becerra for the top two spots. Businessman Tom Steyer remains in contention as vote counting continues statewide. Officials caution that with millions of ballots still to be processed, final results could take days to become actually clear. When it comes to the mayoral race, incumbent Mayor Karen Bass advanced to the November runoff according to multiple projections, while former reality TV personality Spencer Pratt and City Council member Nithya Raman are battling for the second spot in that runoff. You can see that the Pratt doing pretty well there. Ballots are still being counted, so the final matchup has not yet been officially decided. We did speak to people here in downtown LA about the mayoral race, and here's also what Pratt and Bass said last night.
Over these last 3.5 years, we have laid a foundation, and we're going to build on that foundation because we know what a city we have and what a city we can be.
I got in this because as a citizen, I felt like my city failed myself, my neighbors, my family. And when I got on this mission now, I look around and the city's failing most of Los Angeles.
Well, votes are still being counted here in California. We also did have sound from some people here in downtown Los Angeles, but I don't think we have it there. But many people a little surprised that Pratt is towards the top there. Some aren't happy about that. Some are happy about it, hoping that they'll bring change here to downtown Los Angeles. But they are still... Oh, here's that sound, actually. We're going to play it for you.
My reaction, I think, is the wrong top two people. Probably on Bass. I'm going to team #Bass.
Are you surprised that Pratt made it to number two?
No, Pratt's good. No, I'm not surprised at all.
Did you think Spencer Pratt would be doing this well? He's second place.
I wish him good luck.
And there you go. I just spoke to a woman a short time ago who's hoping Pratt actually comes up on top. So we'll see what happens here again come November. But keep in mind, ballots are still being counted. Mail-in ballots will be processed the rest of the week. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joe. And as you mentioned, it takes a long time, apparently, to count ballots in California, so we won't know.
Insane. It shouldn't take that long.
Primary coverage.
California Congressman Kevin Kiley going to join us now to discuss the races out there. Congressman, we got you. There you are. Good to see you tonight. Thanks for coming on.
You
Matt. Thanks for having me. So let's talk about it. How do you feel about the Republican Party right now where things stand? Obviously, out in your state, the two big races for governor.
This is my Newsmax 13 minutes ago. It was posted 13 minutes ago. Figure I'll share it with you guys. Let's get it.
For LA mayor, talk about.
Also, like, share, and subscribe. If you guys haven't already, like, share, and subscribe. We're an hour and 48 minutes in. Appreciate it. But let's see what's going on.
Well, I think in both races, you're seeing, a desire for us to return to common sense in California. Spencer Pratt's viral videos, I think, really have, resonated with people because they're giving voice to the deep frustrations so many Californians have with out-of-control crime, with out-of-control homelessness, with the highest cost of living in the country, the highest rate of poverty in the country, the highest unemployment.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, Newsmax be coming with it.
Than the Democrat versus Republican.
There we go.
It's about returning to common sense and having a quality of life that we should be able to have in the most beautiful state in the country.
You know, earlier our own Carl Higbee spoke with California governor candidate Steve Hilton, asked how he would lead California, and of course Hilton did not hold back. Take a listen to this, sir.
I'm going to be insanely, ferociously aggressive at tackling, in a way, the foundational reason that everything is going wrong in California. This massive, bloated, bureaucratic, nanny state government bossing us around from morning till night, telling us how to live, how to raise our kids, how to run our businesses, what car to drive.
When you water your lawn.
Yeah, all of it. What kind of house to live in, how to cook our food. Yeah. No, enough.
So, Congressman, we have about a minute left, but the problem is we know because we do our research why California has some of the highest gas prices pretty much in the country. But does the average voter know? Because they're blaming Trump for it because of the war. So how do you overcome that kind of misinformation?
Yeah, I think a lot of people in California are starting to realize that we have problems here that don't exist in other states. When you have gas prices that are, $6.10 a gallon, and they're 40 cents higher than Hawaii, which is an island state, maybe there's something about our approach to policy in California that needs to be changed. The good news is we are starting to make some headway. We were able to pass legislation to reverse this ban on gas cars. I have a bill that would lower gas taxes in Congress. And in fact, the people of California overwhelmingly passed a measure to make crime illegal again in our state. So I do think there's a coalition for common sense emerging in California. And I think that it's going to make its voice heard, in this election and further elections to come.
I think you're very right, Congressman. It's more prevalent as we see the movement grow out there in California. We appreciate you coming on. Best of luck tonight. And we'll certainly keep an eye on it. Thanks
so much.
That's incumbent Congressman Kevin Kiley, who faced a solid challenge from Republican Michael Stansfield, but appears to have been victorious in his primary.
You know who knows who's tough? I'm going to bring in another guest with us. Let's bring in host of the Leventhal Report, Rick Leventhal. He's out there. He's a California resident. What do you think? I mean, does Spencer Pratt have a shot? Rick, what are you hearing?
Well, he definitely has a shot. He's performed very well in the polls. He's got a lot of people rallying to his side because he's speaking a language they understand, common sense. He's saying the things that other candidates won't say, haven't said, and aren't interested in accomplishing because he's speaking from the heart. Obviously, we all know now he lost his home in the Pacific Palisades fire. It hurt him deeply. It dislodged his whole family, and he's been frustrated by the system. And that's why he decided to run for mayor in the first place, because he wasn't getting any satisfaction. He kept hitting roadblocks, and he had enough. And he said, you know what, there's so much wrong with this city that maybe somebody like me could actually fix it. Can he win? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to beat an incumbent. It's hard to beat a Democrat in a blue city. But if anybody can do it, I think it's him.
Well, I think he's trying, Rick, to run almost as an independent. He's registered as a Republican, but saying that he's just running for L.A. I'm an L.A. kid. I'm an L.A. guy now. I'm an L.A. man, and I'm the one to turn it around. And then that's really been the campaign.
That's what's up. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Look at that. We're growing.
As you guys were talking about it, the most creative and entertaining campaign ads I think any of us have ever seen. And he's not done yet. So if he wins tonight, if he just finishes top,
I had it on earlier.
This special primary where they're only the top two finishers advance to the final round, if you will. It's kind of like a game.
Let's see. She's talking about it now.
If he wins tonight, we can expect months of even better ads to entertain us and take us to the election. And again, it's not about being entertained.
Rick,
it's about fixing what's broke.
That's Rick Leventhal, host of the Leventhal Report on Newsmax on N2. And as of this morning, it appears that Spencer Pratt is going to win the primary, and we can look forward to months of campaigning and more of those clever AI videos, as Rick said. Next up, Carl Higbee.
Dude, just to give you the stats here, California is the world's fourth largest economy, with abundant natural resources from like gold and oil and just about everything else. And yet they still figured out a way to run a budget deficit under Gavin Newsom. They're a Democrat supermajority. They get everything the far left wants. There is no functional legal Republican opposition to any legislative process in that state. So whoever the Republican is, likely Hilton, all he needs to do is harp on people's grievances. That's all. If people are upset about anything, it's the Democrats' fault. Period, full stop. Not Trump, like we just saw in that clip. Not anyone but Democrats. That's all the message should be. And a lot of these Democrats are running on, well, if, I'm different, I'm not Gavin Newsom, I'll fix it. None of them are going to fix this stuff. They are the problem. But the fact that this is not a foregone conclusion that a Republican will win this election either means, I don't know, they're like poisoning the water. Maybe Alex Jones was right and it made people stupid and whatever else. Or make enough people believe that what they have going on.
What up, Janelle? What up, bro? You said get ready for World War III?
So brainwashed that they believe that the deficits,
No, we should be all right.
the hobos everywhere with people shooting up with fentanyl on the street. They have been brainwashed to believe that that's the perfect society, which is its own problem. Gavin Newsom is going to run for president almost certainly in the next election. And all we have to do is look at that state of California and say, here's your country on Democrats, folks.
I like to call him Carl Common Sense Higbee. He's the host of Frontline, 6 p.m. Eastern. Tuesday was also primary day in 4 other states, as we discussed yesterday, including Iowa, where Zach Lawn won the GOP gubernatorial nomination over Trump-endorsed Congressman Randy Feenstra, but the Trump-backed Senate candidate Ashley Hinson won her primary.
I look forward to earning your vote and making sure we win this election in November.
Sharing information, with the chat, letting them know what's going on, see what's going on with California. I hope Hilton and Pratt win. They seem to be with 2 guys with common sense and level-headed.
Hinson will face Democrat Josh Turek in November for a very coveted Senate seat. And while all of these primaries were happening, last night the Supreme Court cleared the way for Alabama to use a 2023 congressional map that a lower court had repeatedly said was in violation of the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution. The subject of conversation on this morning's edition of Wake Up America.
A big win for Republicans in the Supreme Court as the justices let Alabama move forward with a new congressional map that takes away a district from the Democrats.
Yeah, so the ruling overturns a lower court that found the redrawn map intentionally discriminated against Black voters in violation of the Constitution's 14th Amendment, as well as the Voting Rights Act. So to discuss all of this and more, let's bring in attorney and principal at Jana Spilbor Law, Jana Spilbor, as well as our senior judicial analyst, Judge Andrew Napolitano. Good morning to both of you. So, Judge, this ruling clears the way for the GOP to pick up another seat in the midterms. It is interesting how Democrat judges see creating districts based solely on race as upholding the Voting Rights Act, yet conservatives see it as a violation of the Voting Rights Act. Who is right here? What do you make of all of this?
Who is right is who has the last say.
Yeah.
And the last say is in the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
It is interesting that the lower court actually articulated all the so-called racial biases in the Alabama legislature when it found that this voting map is based on race, which of course is prohibited by the 14th Amendment. The Supreme Court has, in my view, quite properly said the states cannot use race. They cannot use race to help a racial group. They cannot use race to harm a racial group. The lower court found that the state of Alabama, its legislature, used race to harm a racial group. Supreme Court, in one of those emergency rulings, stop, go, yes, no, you've heard me complain about this for a long time. They don't give reasons. Basically said, no, you can't use race. the congressional map passed by the legislature stands.
Okay.
So, John, Democrats, of course, want to use race, and then they want to call it racist if you don't use race. But the irony here is that many of these so-called black majority districts are actually represented by white Democrats.
Yeah, and that's, I have to reiterate what the judge, who's got the bigger muscle, the Voting Rights Act or the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. And, you know, the judge is right once again. The Supreme Court has the last word and said, look, in this case, the Equal Protection Clause has to prevail. And it makes perfect sense. And I think part of the reason why the Democrats are also up in arms is because of the proximity to the midterm elections, right? This is obviously going to be a big win for the conservatives, but I also agree with the decision.
That's attorney, legal analyst Jana Spilbor and Newsmax senior judicial analyst Judge Andrew Napolitano on Wake Up America with hosts Charlotte McBride and Mark Lotter. And I'm going to continue covering the insanity at the New Jersey ICE Detention Center with the guy that has been helping me follow it and cover it all along, popular independent journalist Nick Sorter, who spoke with Rob Finnerty.
I have your face, motherfucker! You're dead!
Oh, yeah, another wonderful American Democrat right there. I have your face, your children, your wife, your family, all dead. That's a quote. You wonder why ICE agents wear masks to cover their faces. Think about this. It's because Democrats rioting outside Delaney Hall Immigration Center in New Jersey. This is all political theater, by the way. They're doing this on behalf of the criminals that are inside. These Democrats are completely insane. Many are not even citizens themselves. Our next guest has been out there on the ground covering this for the past several days. He even had to drive another independent journalist to a local hospital after he was punched in the face. And while he was in the hospital, he says that Hilton Hotels took his stuff out of his room, a room that he paid for, and then threatened to throw out all of his camera equipment. All of it cost up to $25,000. Hilton is the same hotel group that canceled the reservations of ICE agents in Minneapolis in January. Hilton, really nice people. Doesn't it seem like a great organization? Nick Sorter is an independent journalist who's been covering this soap opera for the last few days. Nick, good to have you back. Hilton, we saw this, replied to your post. They said, hi, Nick, we regret to hear about the experience you've described. Please DM us so we can further review this in detail. What is going on here?
That's actually news to me. I didn't even realize that they replied. There's been so much other chaos going on that it's like I shouldn't be at a Hilton to begin with, just based on the fact that as you showed, you know, out in Minneapolis, they were kicking them out, and I brought that story where I did an undercover expose at the front desk of a Hilton hotel out there, right. and got them on camera admitting that's what they were doing. So, you know, I honestly, I'm just going to stick with Marriott from now on. I'm only here because somebody else was in this hotel already. So
yeah, I think there are fewer options in Newark available. I will just say that, especially sort of at that price point. It's not like there's like a big luxury option in Newark. Can you take me through this video? These are protesters who basically they went home for the night during their curfew, and then you were able to sneak over and get video of their base camp. Like, this doesn't look to me like organic protesting.
No, of course it's not organic. There's nothing organic about it. I mean, tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment, and it just shows up. There just ends up being more and more and more of it, and they actually aren't able to get back to their base camp at this point. Because of the fact that it's behind the line. So all of this stuff is just there in the street. It's probably going to end up in the trash, which they're very upset about. It's been searched, I know that thoroughly, by DHS. And I'm not sure what they found, but they did find stuff that I'm sure they might be announcing sometimes.
First aid kits, masks, earplugs, boxes of tampons. There's just all kinds of supplies here. Like, it's just, look at this.
Yeah, it's crazy. If you're going to protest. But these guys come to the protest with gas masks, masked up, pads, bulletproof vests. Y'all going to a riot. Y'all not trying to protest. Y'all trying to start a riot. That's crazy. That is not how you protest. That is not how you do it. Dressed up like that, like a damn ninja or what do you want to call it? Yeah, man, these dribblers are something else. How get all this money for all these equipment they be wearing?
Gas masks, whatever that is, right there. I mean, it's absurd.
They're $75 a piece, those respirators. And
Well, there you go.
They made them out like candy.
Wow. Yeah, look at a crate full of them right there. And then those really good COVID masks. So this is another. You went.
And not just those, the others I'm talking about as well.
Class for protesters. We didn't play the sound just because you can't really hear what they're saying. But take us through what they're training these protesters to do.
Yeah, well, so they're preparing for war, essentially. That's what they were doing. And that's why they have all these medics out there, and they give them these medical kits. That was part of the medical kit was the...
Hey, Joe, stupid. The cops supposed to come armed and ready. That many people out there, of course. But the whole point is still not to be dressed up to cause chaos. What are you talking about? I'm glad you're in the chat, Joe Blow, but you all wrong on this one. Definitely wrong.
The masks, the $100 respirators, you can see them all wearing them right there. I had one in my hand. That's how I was blending in. And these guys are professionals, right? The guy that is leading this little riot class out there is likely not even from the area. They shipped these people in. You probably heard the news yesterday where Mark Wayne Mullen announced that they had arrested, I believe, 2 rioters that came all the way from Portland, Oregon. You know, when you had all of the ridiculous chaos out there outside that
across the country. It's just, I mean,
it's literally the same people every time.
And you're still in Newark, right? You're at the hotel?
Yes.
You got your room back? They upgrade you?
Nobody's paying me, whoever you is. 9082. Nobody's paying me. I'm glad you're in the chat, but I wish they'd be nice to get paid, but I'm not. It's just me. Welcome to the chat. YouTube's not paying me. I am monetized, but I'm not getting paid like that. They'd be nice. On the real.
I hope they did.
No, they did not.
Sir, we'd like to offer you the Kapua suite for your troubles. It's wonderful. All right, take a look. This is another journalist. I actually know this guy. I think he works for GB News in England, outside Delaney Hall yesterday. But I want to play this just to show people at home.
Yeah, with the name Joe Blow.
Not when it's dark out. This is middle of the day.
I'd be careful who I talk to with the name Joe Blow.
Why are you shaking? Why are you getting so angry? Because is going, I'm holding everything back not to break your jaw. Well, you can do it. You would get arrested. I don't give a bro. I don't give a This doesn't make your argument look... This doesn't make your argument look... I came out here to talk for violence. Yes!
Another great guy. So is that what it's like out there?
Yeah, I mean, you're dealing with a bunch of mentally ill people who could snap at any point. That's one of the dangers of it, and that's why I...
Yeah, they love violence, you can tell, yeah.
I very rarely show my face out there. Because these people are deranged. You saw one of the rioters that was arrested a few days back for biting the flesh off of the arm of an ICE agent. These people are feral, man.
Well, did you see? I saw Homeland Security tweeted out the menu. You know, and the thing is, they're on a food strike and they're not being fed. Look, you've got murderers, rapists, sexual predators being held in that facility. They're getting 3 meals a day. They're getting medical care. They're getting dental care. And they're getting food that anyone would be happy to eat. They get 3 good meals a day, and they get a bed to sleep in while they're being processed because they have no legal or moral right to be in this country.
So there you go. And that is Rob Finnerty, the host of Finnerty, 8 p.m. Eastern, with journalist Nick Sorter. It's very well organized. It's very well funded. It's all planned. It's extremely dangerous. And it's the Democrats. If you're listening to the podcast, like on Apple, Spotify, Amazon, and you're not watching it on YouTube or Rumble, then you couldn't see the menu that Homeland Security put out, which Rob had posted there. Burritos, fajitas, jambalaya. I'm not kidding. I posted it on X. Salad, brownies. And who's paying for all that? You are. I also wanted to mention the incredible testimony on Capitol Hill yesterday from Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
We are in talks, and I say talks because talks with Iran are not like talks with Switzerland, okay? They're very different. They require the use of intermediaries, unfortunately. But there is the prospect before us, which could happen today, it could happen tomorrow, it could happen next week. Sometimes in foreign policy, the choices are not between a good choice and a bad choice. It's between two less than ideal choices, and you're trying to figure out which one of these two choices is the one that is best for the United States and least harmful to our interests. I also remind everybody the United States government is not a charity. We are not here to play social worker. We are here to win. We are here to win on behalf of the American people and on behalf of the national interest.
Meanwhile, overnight, Iran launched strikes towards the U.S. base in Kuwait and at the Kuwaiti airport, where several people were injured. The U.S. also struck a ship with an Iranian flag on it in the Strait of Hormuz. So it doesn't exactly sound like a ceasefire. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was also answering questions on the Hill yesterday about the president's IRS case and the $1.8 trillion DOJ fund, which Blanche said is not going to move forward. And completely separate from that, the DOJ is investigating former New York Republican Congressman George Santos for insider trading. This is really interesting on the Kalshi prediction platform. For betting against himself. They say that Santos posted a video on X saying that he was going to be at the State of the Union, which drove up the odds on who was going to attend the president's State of the Union address. And this was all after he placed bets that he wasn't going to go to the State of the Union. And check this out. Another high-level scientist has turned up dead. After mysteriously disappearing just about a year ago, 54-year-old Melissa Casillas, who worked at the famous Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico, was found in Carson National Forest, 6 miles from where she was last seen alive in June of 2025. Casillas is now...
You really bring up January 6th, bro. You really lost bringing up January 6th. You know, Nancy Pelosi had that going on.
To defense and nuclear programs, as well as UAPs. And longtime 60 Minutes anchor Scott Pelley was abruptly fired by CBS yesterday after a contentious meeting with the new executive producer of the show, who wrote a scathing letter to Pelley informing him of his termination. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it said he was being terminated for cause effective immediately. And I say this with all due respect.
It's a much more lively vibe and in very LA fashion. There's now a chopper flying overhead. He's having his party at a Mexican restaurant that he has loved for years. And there's some Spencer Pratt supporters here who seem in a very good mood. You guys have
Instagram, Patriot Wildman.
You guys have probably seen the latest batch of polling that just came out. Shows him doing pretty well in second place, just 10 points behind Karen Bass. How are you feeling about that? Do you feel really confident that he's going to make it to the runoff?
Definitely, he's going to make it to the runoff. There's a lot of people who already voted for him. Their votes haven't been counted yet. They voted day of the election, old school style. So I think his numbers are going to get better.
What is it about Spencer Pratt that you just it's resonating with you?
Because he's speaking out against communism and socialism, and it is a real big problem in our cities, especially in LA where it's turned to crap. It's not an accident. They're doing it by design. Karen Bass wants to destroy our city, and it's nice to see someone like Spencer Pratt.
I could simplify it because those buzzwords are like they melt the brains of like left leaning people. So let's just say it this way. He doesn't want human feces to be a part of your life. Yeah. He doesn't want homeless children outside.
Totally. Thank you.
Oh,
we have
like that.
We have
you ran away.
We have talked.
Homeless
Okay.
people outside
We
of the elementary
appreciate you.
schools having sex with their
We
own
appreciate
hands
you.
in front of the children.
We appreciate you. We talked a lot about the homelessness. Thank you. All right.
Listen,
don't
Liz,
appreciate you, ma'am.
I got it. Thank you for navigating that so well.
No, we can.
We are still in the era against the establishment. It's as Harvard professor Michael Sandel said, this push against these technocratic elites, the individuals who lead, are well-educated, a ton of experience, and yet despite that experience, the broader public is saying we're rejecting that. because the tangibles are no longer tangible for us. It reminds me of Bill Clinton when he gave his speech at the DNC convention in 2024, and he spoke about the average lay person. And he said, people are coming to political leaders saying, we have problems, solve them. And for many voters in LA, I presume that they do not feel the incumbent mayor has resolved many of their issues. And so you see someone who is non-traditional, doesn't have a lot of experience, go from 0% to 22%, while the city mayor has been flatlined for the most part. This is unnormal in most environments.
Wake up call. Boy. So we got to talk about the bombshell election results that happened last night out of California. Now, one of the reasons why I'm making this video so late is because of the fact that, unfortunately, in California, they end up counting votes forever, right? And it's a shame that we really don't know the result the night of the election, okay? So it's going to take weeks for us to actually get the official result. But I think as of right now, we can come to a pretty solid conclusion about what we're going to see moving forward in regards to the runoffs, right, who are likely going to see face each other going into November, into the midterms, when it comes to the LA mayor's race. As Spencer Pratt has significantly overperformed, okay? I mean, he put on a great performance, getting 30% of the vote, okay? You have Karen Bass at 34.8%. So he's within 5 points of the incumbent of Karen Bass. And then the socialists in the race got 22% of the vote. You have 63.1% of the votes in. And again, this is a great performance for Spencer Pratt because, again, it suggests, like I said, throughout all of this, that this guy has the juice, right? That his campaign, he's appealing to a lot of people in Los Angeles who are upset with the quality of life issues that Los Angeles is currently experiencing. They can't even get the basics right. They've been voting for Democrat after Democrat after Democrat for years. They've been voting even further left, and it has been nothing but a disaster, okay? So clearly, this is great for Spencer Pratt. Also, Republicans had a good night at the state level as well, too, in the governor's race, as you have Steve Hilton here finishing with 27.8% of the vote, even though only about 60% of the votes are in. You have Xavier Becerra coming in second, and Tom Steyer, the socialist billionaire, he coming into third with about 20% of the vote. So, again, this is devastating for Democrats. But the unfortunate reality is that because Democrats don't know how to count votes, right, efficiently, I mean, we have third world countries that can count votes better than Democrats can in California. We're not going to really know the outcome efficiently until, weeks and weeks and weeks where, they say that a bunch of Democrat ballots can come in and can swing the result. We don't know.
But is this, how many total votes have been cast? Look, over 1 million for Hilton, over 1 million for Becerra. That's over 2 million. You're looking at nearly about 4 million votes right now with not quite half the vote in, meaning there are still 4 million votes to be counted in California. And a very significant chunk of those are going to be late arriving vote by mail that are going to be tabulated, maybe tomorrow, maybe in the coming days, maybe over the next week, whatever exactly it is. But that size of a pool, okay, we're talking millions of votes right here. When you see the advantage right now that Hilton has over Steyer, not Becerra, that Hilton has over Steyer, okay, you're talking about a 300,000 vote advantage, okay, 7 points. But in a pool of millions of votes, late arriving vote by mail, if it's dramatically more Democratic, which we've seen in the past, 300,000 votes is something that Steyer could overcome. And he could potentially pass Hilton. That would mean Becerra and Steyer would pass Hilton here because it would just be overwhelmingly Democratic vote. It would benefit both of them, and that Republican share of that share for Hilton would just tick down.
Yeah, so you seen that, you heard that. Let's continue our coverage, okay, because, again, we don't really know. But as of right now, again, these are the results that we have. It's just a damn shame that it's going to take weeks to actually really know. But, I think for the most part, we can assume that Spencer Pratt is going to advance.
We'll go to the runoff. We believe very comfortably, based on the Associated Press reporting from the votes overnight, that she now currently leads in that mayor's race. So really, the second-place finisher will advance, and that's either Pratt or that's ramen. But Pratt right now is sitting in a very good and comfortable position. So how do they vote in Los Angeles? Massive, sprawling town. Here are the neighborhoods. Pacific Palisades hit by the fires. Westwood, that's where UCLA is. Hollywood, and of course, downtown LA. To show you a bit of a comparison, we went back to the results in Los Angeles from 4 years ago. This is not the primary now. This is the mayor's race and how it ended up. Karen Bass was the winner over Rick Caruso. Caruso was a Republican, then an independent. He ran as a Democrat, but this is where Caruso did best. Pacific Palisades, okay, and the neighborhoods to the north. Karen Bass did best in downtown LA, Hollywood, and East LA. And we'll see eventually once we get to November if indeed those voting patterns follow. Now, with that as a setup, John Ashbrook, co-host of the Ruthless Podcast, is with.
Yeah. So you seen that, you heard that. Let's listen to what Spencer Pratt has to say.
Again, I got in this because as a citizen, I felt like my city failed myself, my neighbors, my family. And when I got on this mission now, I look around and the city's failing most of Los Angeles. And now I'm in all these communities and I'm hearing everyone's issues and problems. People are all across the city
You're talking about homelessness, you're talking about drugs, you're talking about crime, you're talking about the lack of police, fire department.
The list of failures across the city. There's people that just want the potholes fixed. Mayor Bass has allowed the city to be covered in potholes. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have lights. So on the basic level, there's people that care about that. And then there's the moms who want to be able to go to the parks and not see anybody shooting up fentanyl with their pants off. I was in the Valley yesterday at a beautiful Persian restaurant, and the lovely owner said, Spencer, they have naked drug addicts in front of the kids when we're trying to have food at the this is across the city. And again, as mayor, I'm going to help these homeless people.
Yeah, quality of life, common sense, right? Common sense is powerful, okay? You have Karen Bass, who's antithetical to common sense. This is what she had to say.
Goodness, it is wonderful to see so many people. How are we doing tonight? Are we gonna win tonight? I will tell you it's looking good so far. We got a lot more to go, but so far it's looking good. And I am so glad to be here with everyone on a night. In a couple of hours, we will declare victory.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure what type of world Karen Bass is living in, but let's be real. You're the incumbent mayor, and you're only getting 37% of the vote. And you have the Republican, who is, basically a regular, normal person, within 5 to 6 points, right, of overtaking you in the lead, right? And you have to face this person in the runoff going into November. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is necessarily a good position. Now, conventional political wisdom would suggest that Nithya Raman's votes are going to go to Karen Bass, right? But again, that's only about 55, 56% of the electorate, right? So that means that Spencer Pratt, going into the general election, has a lot of room to work, okay? I mean, when you talk about a campaign that is going to be against Karen Bass, it is one-on-one Spencer Pratt, Karen Bass. I think that Spencer Pratt can close the margins, right? I really do. Remember, Rick Caruso got like 46% when he ran. Karen Bass got like, 54%? So it wasn't a blowout, right? It was close enough where it's like, okay, we could see a Republican potentially win this race under the right conditions. And who knows, this could be it. All I'm saying is that Spencer Pratt finishing as strong as he finished. I mean, again, almost a third of the vote as a Republican in Los Angeles is good, right? I mean, that's essentially what you would hope for, right? In a situation like this, in a race like this. So, again, this is devastating for the left, devastating for leftists. And confirmation of that is the fact that Hassan Piker is losing his mind, over the elections that are happening in California and LA.
Oh my God, it is so black-pilling to see. Oh my God, Spencer Pratt cleaning up. Oh my God. If I see 40 in early numbers, I will Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. If 40% early voters or not.
Thank you for the gold coin, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate
I might
that.
just combust.
Thank you,
The real
thank you.
black pill that I received was this, okay? 28% for Spencer Pratt early on. It's fucked. Now that there's a Republican at the top of the ticket, they're going to come out in fucking high-ass numbers. Spencer Pratt now has a better opportunity.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. It's momentum.
A good
It's all about momentum.
excuse me.
It's all about momentum.
Distant
Yeah,
dancer,
it's not that
thank you so
It's
much.
really not
Appreciate
that much.
it.
It's
I was
really
eating a
about
cookie, forgive
momentum at
me.
this point. And
Thank you,
finishing with,
appreciate
again,
that.
almost a third of the vote in LA is a huge deal. Absolutely huge. So again, his candidate is the socialist, Deunta Lockett, right? It looks like she's not going to advance. Also, his candidate is Tom Steyer, the billionaire socialist in the California governor's race, and it looks like he may not advance either. So again, this is like a couple of devastating losses for socialists here.
The
Subscribe.
870-year-old
If you guys haven't already.
the Republican into the top two in the runoffs might actually lose her fucking seat now because it's going to draw turnout. It's all down ballot from there. Night started off incredible with a massive W and is ending with disastrous outcomes for my state. I really, really, really did not want Steve Hilton to be in the top. I did not want a Republican to be at the top in the top two runoff because it's going to do tremendous numbers for Republican turnout, and it's going to have down ballot consequences, which is going to fuck the redistricting efforts.
Yep, and you're already seeing it. Look at this.
California's 6th congressional district right now. This is one of the districts that was redrawn because Democrats thought it would be a good pickup opportunity. Kevin Kiley is the incumbent. He's an independent now, but he was a Republican, and he's definitely not a Democrat. And the people in this race right now, in the top two advance, are the independent and the Republican, not the Democrats. Still only 50% counted right now. But how nervous are Democrats here that they might be boxed out of this district they drew as a pickup? California's 6th congressional district right now.
Yeah. So Gavin Newsom and Democrats drew this district, right, thinking that it was going to flip blue, right? But it's actually going to be red. So again,
How we gonna leave America? We all Americans. That makes no sense. Red Pharaoh, why would we leave America? Because Trump gone. We didn't leave America when we had Biden. So why would we leave now during Trump's second term after he's no the president? That makes no sense.
yeah, they're not getting as many seats as they thought they were going to get, right? Just based off the election results right now. But again, as you can see, the socialists are in full-blown panic. They're in full-blown panic. They're panicking. Why are they panicking? Because, again, there's a red wave happening in California. Now, everybody talking, it's going to be a blue wave. I said, hold on now. Slow your roll. Slow your roll. You got to understand. Democrats are not good at governing, right? Their states are a shithole. They have the most unaffordable states in the union. Democrats have nothing to offer. And a lot of these blue states, again, it would make sense for them to vote in the other direction, right? Regardless of what you think is happening at the national level, okay? Democrats in their states have some problems. They got big issues. So again, it looks like, who knows, red wave could be coming to California. We're going to see. Certainly the socialist panic is indicative of the fact that Democrats got some issues. Redistricting is backfiring. Like I told you guys, redistricting has pros and cons, right? Yeah, you could draw out some districts that theoretically are going to go towards a certain political party, but people actually vote, right? And when people actually vote, you might not get the outcome that you expect because people's viewpoints are not rigid, right? It's very fluid, and you just never know how people are going to vote. You may think the district is going to be blue, and it might flip red. It could actually be a purple district. You just never know, and that's what's happening out in California. As of right now, it looks like we're going to have a shot. We're going to have a shot at the governorship. We're going to have a shot at the LA mayor's race. The unfortunate reality is because California can't count votes, right? For whatever reason. We're not going to know for sure probably for another few days or another couple of weeks. It's really shameful that this is even allowed in this country, right? Again, I just covered the elections that happened out in Colombia, and they had the votes count, millions of votes counted within hours, right? Hours, okay? Hand counted, all that. Like, it's crazy how other countries can do this, but California can't. You know, like it's insanity. It really is. But hey, you know, it is what it is. Again, it looks like we're gonna have a shot in November, and that's what matters. And hopefully, this momentum carries over into the national elections as well too. There's a mini red wave out in California. Hopefully, again, we can get that at national level as well. But we're gonna see. Let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like.
I couldn't believe it. Them hurling 2x4s and rocks at the head of horses that are, you know, walking down the street. It's not like they were charging people with the horses. They were merely walking down the street. They were trying to disable the horses. I mean, that's a pretty nonpartisan thing, man, where, you know, you'd probably be like, yeah, trying to kill horses in the street is a, you know, like not a controversial issue. Like, these people are clearly sick in the head. That's it.
Shame on you for saying January 6th is a date that we don't care about and shouldn't. How dare you? Okay? How dare you? How dare you? Okay? Don't you? I mean, really? Okay? I hope that. I mean, I wonder if you would be that arrogant in front of the families whose lives have been ruined by that, and the officers who put their lives on the line.
on January 6th as a congressional staffer.
If you lost a brother there, what would you do? I'm not going to be gaslit. I'm not going to be gaslit by you saying that was a day that didn't matter. As someone who grew up in a house of law enforcement, my mother was a 9/11 first responder. And my grandfather was a police officer. I'm not going to be gaslit by you on who was harmed that day. You did not be gaslit.
Guys, just 1 second. Hold on. Just 1 second, Harrison. Harrison and guys. All right, I'm gonna just stop it for a second because we just can't hear between the two of you yelling at each other. I just want to ask you a pretty straightforward question. This is getting to her point about the impact of that day on real Americans and on law enforcement. Do you acknowledge that on January 6th,
oh my God,
officers were assaulted and brutalized by the rioters who were there that day?
I acknowledge that it was a terrible day for our nation's history. What happened?
That's not the question that I asked you.
Yes.
Okay. So you acknowledge that law enforcement officers. No. Hold on a second.
Why is it so hard?
1 second. Let's just get through this. So the answer is
America against ICE agents, against NYPD officers.
Hey, all
you guys completely ignore
Harrison, hey, all I'm asking is that if you care about law enforcement officers who are ICE officers, who are beat cops, you should also care about Capitol Police officers whose lives were forever changed. I think that's the same. It's true for you. It is true for everybody at this table.
Talked about the brutality against our ICE agents or men and women in law enforcement.
We talk about it all the time on this show. We talk about it all the time on this show. So let's leave it at that.
The fake outrage really pissed me off because they don't care when it doesn't benefit them. If it benefits them, they care, or at least they fake like they care.
From a specific question to something. Let me finish. You run from specifics when people ask you to be held, and I'm speaking, and I'm letting you. No, you're not. Okay. No, you're not.
Go ahead, let me.
Don't run from it, man.
I'm not running from it.
This is what people are upset about at home.
Yeah,
There's
they're not.
Sir,
they're not.
Harrison, stop interrupting
Just
me.
let him finish.
Okay. Stop. It doesn't work this way. Ask my wife. Don't interrupt me.
What?
This way, asked my wife.
Uh-oh.
I think you are beating on your old lady. I need to talk to her now. Stat. It doesn't work that way. Ask my old lady. Okay. All right.
What is it, misogynistic?
Stop.
Extremely misogynistic. Okay.
Just finish your point.
I think it's important that I bring this up. I tell you all the time. It's God and family first. Liberals are not hateful toward officers of the law. We're seeing it every single day.
Individuals that came in from Portland, not from New.
Oh shoot.
Really? Okay. I hope that. I mean, I wonder if you would be that arrogant.
My
in front
fault,
of
chat.
families
Damn.
Whose lives have been ruined by that, and the officers who put their lives on the line.
January 6th as a congressional staff.
And
If you lost a brother there, what would you do?
I'm not going to be gaslit. I'm not going to be gaslit by you saying that was a.
Coming in full. Awesome group of guys. They understand crowd control very well, and they started pushing the individuals back after
My fault, chat.
started making arrests. You saw that the situation quickly got under control.
Man, listen, people are still showing up down here. One guy's like, yeah, I don't know if they're going to let me in. And they're coming in full battle gear. Like they coming for war. My thing is this. You coming for war. Now, if they turn up on you, I don't want to hear any excuses. Don't blame the police. Don't talk about police brutality because you came down here brutalizing the police and the ICE officers who were simply standing down here because they had to go back and forth doing their jobs. Like I posted earlier, the menu of the food and the resources that these folks have is better than a lot of our residents struggling to live in the city of Newark. It's all propaganda for the midterm elections. This can all be stopped. Our resources can stop being wasted if the public officials,
Right.
Brad,
Subscribe.
Wendy Sherrill, Timu, and Dollar Tree Obama, Booker and Jeffries, Andy Kim, if y'all came down here and told these people to go home and stop this nonsense, this could all be put to bed. But no, you're fueling the fire. Let's create a problem and say that we solved it so you can reelect us. Stop the madness. People are being hurt because they're down here acting foolish instead of being home where they belong. And they're wasting our resources and our dollars because all of our cops are down here for this foolishness, leaving us vulnerable in our neighborhoods. Come on, y'all.
First of all, man, much love to this lady for putting it all out there on the line. I felt what she was saying, 100%. Folk over there in Newark, they ain't got no time for all that, man. They see what y'all are doing. They see the writing on the wall, and they also understand what this is going to do to their city. And you guys are just doing it for political gain. And they're talking about, man, this is our home. Y'all playing games. But she's also saying, y'all come over here with all that gear.
Brian, nobody was killed on January 6th but that one lady. What are you talking about? No officers died on January 6th. Everybody died after January 6th, except for that one lady. Do your research, Brian.
Ready for a battle. And when you get it and they bring it to your doorstep, don't cry about it. Don't bitch, don't moan about it. You're going to get exactly what you asked for. Do not write a check that your ass can't cash because they're about to cash it. They already got the green light to do it. That's exactly what they're about to do. Y'all let me know whatever y'all want me to know in the comments below. If you have to hit that subscribe button, please make sure you do so on your way out the door. Once again, guys, I'm Van, and now we are all the LFR family. And I look forward to seeing you on the next video, hopefully inside the Patreon as well. And if you're looking to support the channel in any way.
Now, that man walked up like volume was messing with bad light. I'm going to keep it real. You got bad lighting, loud people, and everybody suddenly forgetting how personal space works. You don't believe me?
Again, why are you raising your voice and violating my personal
Because
space?
I can talk to you however I want. You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna back up.
I can talk to you however I want. Now being racist. Oh, you going back? Oh, you going back to ICE?
Okay, and again, now I'm getting
I
surrounded
can talk to you however I want. What's up? You want to push back? Oh, yes, go this way.
I'm getting like
It's a fucking racist ass. Get up.
Thomas says America's
Now, that man walked up like volume was a legal argument.
what else did they do? But Thomas
Thomas says, America is waking up today to learn the Capitol Police turned CIA orchestrated the pipe bombs on J6. And if they did that, what else did they do? And the FBI has covered it up for 4 years. I questioned Ray about this. All of them played dumb. They didn't even care. And now we're supposed to trust that the FBI is like going to do a great job with the Butler investigation or the Charlie Kirk investigation or whatever. Here's Massey. This cover-up's been going on for years, and this is a little bit of Massey getting into it with Christopher Wray and Stephen D'Antonio. Remember him? Other dude who was lying.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes. I thank the chairman. Director Wray, in light of information provided to us about the FBI's investigation of the January 6th pipe bombs, in an interview with Assistant Director Stephen D'Antonio, Chairman Jordan and I sent you a letter a month ago. Some of the information that we found in that interview was that phone data that could have helped to identify the pipe bomber was corrupted, was unusable. He also wasn't sure who found or how the second bomb was found at the DNC. Do you know how the second bomb was found at the DNC? And when do you plan on answering our letter?
Well, as to the letter, I will work with the department to make sure we can figure out what information we can provide. As you know, this is a very active, ongoing investigation, and there are some restrictions on that. But we
can handle classified information, and we fund your department, and so you need to provide that.
No, Brian, it was Nancy Pelosi.
Is asking a simple question.
It was Nancy Pelosi that did it.
Question: why are you in my personal space, my boy? And instead of backing up like a grown man with, a working nervous system, he doubles down. That's the part people are obviously going to skip. This new protest culture has a weird habit, invade your space, yell in your face, then act shocked when boundaries showing up wearing a badge. And notice the magic word comes out fast. Racist. Not because anything got explained, not because anybody presented evidence, because sometimes that word gets used like a smoke bomb. He admitted, I'm being racist now. The second accountability enters the room, suddenly everybody is oppressed, everybody's attacked, targeted, traumatized, dehydrated, and in need of a GoFundMe. But before
Brian, do your research. You're the Speaker of the House. She controlled what was going on when it came to the police and all that. And he asked for more security, and she denied it.
we even go to the ICE agent being threatened, I want you to watch how this same energy shows up again, same movie, just different beard.
Talk about why you're out here. Don't talk to me.
Don't get my motherfucking face, boy.
Don't invade my privacy.
Don't get my face,
I'm not going anywhere. You're not intimidating me. Get out of my personal space.
Out of my face.
Absolutely not. You got in my face. I'm not going anywhere.
You came up to me.
I'm not going
Get
anywhere.
the fuck out of
Sir,
my
this
face.
is public property.
Yep,
I'm not going
right
anywhere.
That's why I'm right
This
here.
is public property.
Yep.
Get out of my
If
personal
you don't want
space.
me here, then
3 feet away.
You came to me. You came to me.
You came over here.
You came to me.
Go back to the protest. Nobody's intimidated by you, Jolly. Nobody's intimidated by you. You ain't intimidating anybody. That's they try and intimidate people, try and intimidate journalists. It's not working.
It's not working, he says, because, come on. This is the emotional maturity of somebody who thinks a bullhorn is a personality, right? He walks up on a journalist, he gets all up in his face, then starts acting like he's the one. That's not activism, my guy.
First of all, it's about losing respect. That's okay though, Brian, about losing respect. That's okay. I don't care. Facts over feelings. Everything you're talking about, everything you're saying in this chat makes no sense. It's all being debunked. I can prove it to you right now, but I'm not going to spend my energy on that one topic debunked about Nancy Pelosi and all this bullshit. It's all been proven. Now I give you one video, you're gonna say, no, it doesn't matter, it's not real. Watch this. I'm gonna show you a video, Brian. You watch you're gonna try to deny this one. Watch this. Like, look at this.
All right, that's theater.
Hold on.
Some Republicans, Mr. Director, argue that Nancy Pelosi staged January 6th and the select committee covered it up. Based on what you personally know, what are the verifiable events in the lead ups? And do you, I know you don't speculate, you just deal with facts.
I'm in a unique position. Remember, I was chief of staff for the Department of Defense on January 6th. We were responsible for the deployment of the National Guard. And what I was forced to testify 2 years ago at great personal.
See what I'm saying, Brian? What's the point, man? What's the point of me showing you still going to try to find anything excuse not to find the facts?
On January, actually, the days before January 6th, we were in the Oval Office where the President Trump at the time, authorized, pursuant to law, up to 10 to 20,000 National Guard. We took that authorization because the law's second part required a request from who? Nancy Pelosi and the Metropolitan Police and the mayor at the time. And what did they say? No. And remember what happened for the next 2 years? They say, oh, Cash is lying, Trump's lying. And what do we find? Letters of their declination of the National Guard, refusing to have the National Guard show up. So all I can speak to is the facts. And the facts are those plus this. Nancy Pelosi and her team were busy filming a movie on January 6th while this so-called chaos around her was going down. If she had, just look at it this way, if she had said yes to the National Guard and we had 10,000 uniformed military officers established a secure perimeter, do you think January 6th would have gone differently?
It is intriguing that 250 FBI plainclothes agents were inside the Capitol on January 6th. I saw the president's tweet to get to the bottom of it. Who placed them there? What were they doing? Were they inciting violence? What can you tell us, Mr. Director?
This is a great example of the president's initiative to solve all the answers on January 6th. And it's another example of our transparency efforts. Pursuant to the president, we investigated the matter and found out why FBI agents were placed there in the first place. And it turns out we found documentation and witnesses and whistleblowers that said we were forced to go there to do riot control. Armstrong, do you know what the FBI does not do ever? Riot control.
Bingo.
So the prior leadership sent 250 some odd men and women into a situation they're not trained for, put them in harm's way, put the individuals out there in harm's way, and also those individuals have collectively responded or said beforehand that they were forced to go there. They didn't volunteer to do that.
And you believe them?
That's their word, not mine.
Some Republicans.
Body odor, because I'm sure your breath. Oh, man. Hey, give Serge Philly credits. You know, he didn't match the chaos. He just stood there 10 toes and let the man expose himself in 4K. That's the beautiful thing about people who can't control themselves. Sometimes you don't need to, you don't have to defeat them. You just have to keep that camera steady. This is why independent, well, what am I talking about? Independent journalists matter. This is why they matter because, you know, legacy outlets will polish the marble floor and crop out the broken windows. But a dude with a phone and a mic, he catches the real temperature outside. And now that temperature goes from harassment to something way darker.
Children, your wife, all dead. My boy, I have your face, mother. You're dead.
We see his face, and I promise you, we will find him. And when we find him, we will arrest him because it is a crime.
They're going to find you
To threaten law enforcement.
That's right.
But not surprisingly, threaten their family as well.
Bad boys. What are you going to do when they come for you? You see, the level of open hostility we're seeing in the streets right now should be a wake-up call for every person of faith. Matthew 12:34 says this. It warns us that out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, and the hearts of some are filled with pure venom. That individual is out of control. I'm sure you can understand that. After seeing a federal officer's face, he looked him in the eye and stated he was going to take out his entire family. That's a threat, a hurtful threat. No man wants to hear that. His wife and his children, he said he would eliminate. You should take that to heart. He explicitly told him, I have your face, making it clear this was a targeted real-world threat against a man's home and his innocent loved ones. This isn't peaceful protesting, my friends. This is lawlessness fueled by a total rejection of basic decency. When people feel comfortable targeting a man's wife and kids simply because they hate his job, the moral floor has officially dropped out of this nation. The authorities caught up with him, but the mindset behind those words is still out there. We have to do better.
I know that's right. That wasn't protest language. Where,
Yes,
the
MAGA,
lyrical
baby.
generic starter pack outfits.
All day.
But when you look at a man and threaten his wife and his children because of his job, you're not standing for humanity. You're proving you only believe in humanity when it's useful for your side. And this is the mental trick they keep trying to pull, right? They want sympathy for every person inside the fence, but no basic decency for the officer standing outside of it. That's not compassion, man. That's definitely selective softness for sure.
Right. Subscribe. Let's grow. Subscribe.
Stand next to a man making family threats and still act like the danger is the uniform. Now, while Newark is boiling over, Mark Wayne Mullet steps into a hearing and says the part these politicians just hate hearing out loud.
DHS responded by attacking protesters and defending inhumane conditions. Enough is enough. Delaney Hall should be closed.
That's law enforcement. Just say, I want to defund police, I want open borders, and I want illegals running wild in our streets. Because ICE every day is taking the worst of the worst off the streets. They're taking those that enter this country illegally off the streets, which is exactly what they were designed to do. And CBP is protecting our ports, our port of entries, and our borders. And yet we want to target them and defund them? That's reckless. You're talking about President Trump's ill behavior towards children? Yet we have found over 120,000 kids that were missing underneath the Trump administration when they lost touch of 340,000, which we fear most are now in trafficking rings. I didn't hear anybody complaining about that. What we've done under the Trump administration is we went and rescued these kids. What is inhumane about that? Nothing. He's doing the job that Biden administration turned a blind eye to. That shouldn't ever take place. If anything we can agree on, our kids should be watched over. Now, I do look forward to answering all the rest of the...
Now, that's the first time in this video somebody brought a calculator to a feelings fight, because the performance is always the same. Act like enforcement is cruel, right? Then get very quiet when a lack of enforcement creates victims nobody wants to answer for. And let's be careful with the wording here, right? When people say missing children, the details matter. Some of those cases involve, lost contact, failed notices, bureaucracies, and reporting gaps, but it still raises a giant question. How do you build an entire moral argument around protect the children, then get casual when the government loses track of vulnerable kids? It's not a small, it's not a small mistake at all. That's the kind of thing that should make everybody sit up straight. And instead of answering that, the usual move is to attack ICE, to attack CPB, attack anybody enforcing the border. Then act surprised when the system turns into a junk drawer with passports. Now, after threats, confrontations, arrests, and all this tension around Delaney Hall, Newark leadership, they decided to make a critical decision.
We don't want anybody to get no assets or anything like that. This is peaceful. And so they have listed and so they're giving us instructions.
So I'm a bootlicker. Okay, cool. Appreciate it. I'm glad you're in the chat. You the ones the bootlicker. Those are slave masters' names, the Democrat names and words. I'm off the plantation. I voted for Obama one time. That was it. Republican all day. Voting red all day, baby. American first. Get off the plantation, bro. It's okay. Get off the plantation.
Instructions as to how they're going to open up and allow y'all to go down. So the important part is we're going to do it in an organized fashion so that they don't stop it or anything like that. They're going to allow you to go down. They got to make sure the traffic happens. Trucks and stuff. So just getting that part together for the traffic so that.
Oh, is it okay? I just got one demand. I feel like I'm speaking to people here. If they can stand traffic, so maybe they should get away from us.
Well, hey, when I put a red plantation, that's cool. My plantation know what a woman is. Care about America, care about us people, care about each other. You know? Y'all don't want to have all the violence, all the one up here lying, all the fraud. Nobody's perfect. Both parties is bullshit. But the Republican Party is a party, you know what I'm saying, for the people. The party of the Constitution. At least the party of, you know what I'm saying, who God is. You guys worship the Satan. Clown show. Rainbow. Sad. No, I'm rocking without the hat, regardless. But I'm still rocking, though.
Let's follow that way. Because they're too close.
Now, maybe some of y'all may not have heard explicitly what she said, but it says NY Democrat Mayor Ras Baraka just lifted the curfew for Delaney Hall ICE facility mere minutes before it took effect. Now, this decision right here is why people truly don't trust leadership, because regular citizens hear curfew lifted after days of chaos and go, based on what? A peaceful evening? A group chat promise? Like, a curfew is not supposed to be a punishment. It's supposed to keep a hot situation from turning into a headline your city can't wash off by morning. And I get public assembly.
Look, don't worry about my shirt. Don't worry about my hat. Worry about the message. You guys are the party of the KKK, the party of slaves. The Republican Party, the party that freed the slaves. You guys fought to keep us enslaved, the Democrat Party. And come to find out you're the party that's still funding bullshit, the SPLC bullshit. Y'all have not changed. The party has not flipped. You still a party of corrupt. I don't understand how you guys don't see that in front of you, but you're so blind and your feelings. Get out your feelings. It's on my shirt, my hat. Come on, man. Watch the message. I'm glad you're in the chat. Name is Deunta. Let's continue.
Assembly matters. Free speech matters. People should be able to protest. But leadership is not just letting everybody do what they want because the cameras are rolling. Leadership is knowing when a room still smells like...
Okay, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. You're an American. If you're American, I get it. If you're not American, then why are you here then? But if you're American, it doesn't matter, Democrat, Republican. Either way it go, both parties control the situation that's going on.
Smoke even when the fire is looking small and smaller.
There's no independent on the ballot. When it comes to voting, it's Democrat or Republican. There's no independent. There's no in-between when it comes to the ballot. So it is what it is. You're going to vote Republican, but you say you're going to... yeah, let's continue.
And that brings us to the actual street scene after the curfew lift, right? Because this is what the theory, it just meets the sidewalk.
Frank and fuck the news. They're lifting the curfew. Mayor Baraka just put something on Facebook. So, yeah. They're going to read it right now.
But they also
also said earlier that the break is lifted, then we can go back to Delaney Hall.
Okay, Mayor Ross J. Baraka today announced that the curfew and designated free speech zone
Subscribe.
in response to recent events surrounding Delaney Hall will be lifted effective at 9 p.m. tonight, Tuesday, June 2nd. Quote, after last night's protest without a single arrest, we are lifting this curfew to allow full expression of the American right to free speech and to peacefully assemble, said Mayor Baraka. In this spirit, I have full confidence in the ability of the Delaney Hall protesters to operate in a manner worthy of the innocent people incarcerated and mistreated by ICE and the for-profit imprisoners at Geo Group. I have faith in the policies and training of our community-focused police officers and our extended public safety ecosystem for violence prevention. The world is watching. Let us put our focus on the compassion and care of each other as we strive for the liberty and well-being of those inside of Delaney Hall. The city of Newark remains committed to protecting civil rights, advocating for humane treatment, and maintaining public safety. Let's fucking go.
Wow. COVID over with. Why you got the mask on? Why they wearing a mask outside? If they sick, they should be in the house. Insane. All of them got allergies, user. All of them grouped together like that. Amazing.
Yeah. Look at this thing.
They all got allergies. You funny.
This is not a calm town
That's
hall.
funny.
This is not citizens quietly discussing zoning ordinances, right? This is the kind of crowd.
Right, they make talk. ICE wearing masks. We need to know who they are because they snatching people up, but they out there wearing masks and helmets and all type of BS. Again, if you're going to protest, why are you wearing all that BS? Just protest with your signs and yell all you want to bullhorns. But they come with gas masks on, all type of bullshit. We all see it.
All right, well, wrong shove. One bad rumor. One person chasing attention. Ow. Ouch. And now everybody has a different version of what happened,
Yeah,
right?
and Mace. The cops want to attack you if you don't attack them. If the officers doing their job, going back and forth with the prisoners or the immigrants, how you want to put it, if they transfer them back and forth and you just protest it and you're not in their way, you can't get hit by the police. They can't spray you. They can't tell you get the fuck out the way or sit down or move over here if you're not in the way. Especially if they have drawn a line and you stand behind that line, you can't get touched because you're behind the line. But they go beyond that.
And this is where the city is gambling, right? Not with politicians' houses, not with media studios, but with officers, journalists, residents, and everybody stuck near the blast radius of bad decisions. And the funny thing is, the people screaming the loudest about community are often the first ones to make the community deal with the consequences because
the YNs too, all of them.
Has to clean the street. Somebody still has to work the night shift. Somebody still has to walk past that building tomorrow. You know, that's the part the slogan crowd never includes in the brochure for whatever reason. Now, let's bring Mullen back in. Actually, hold on. I gotta get my clip together. This is...
I'm saying is there's the need to wear a mask if you're not sick. And also, if the officers are wearing masks, if they are officers, they're doing their job. They don't need to be doxxed or followed by criminals. And the ones that are out there wearing a mask, they're wearing a mask because they don't want to be seen, but they are committing crimes.
This is not it. All right. So quick correction on my end. I actually had another clip lined up here with Mullen and somehow managed to launch it into the same dimension where missing socks and USB adapters go. So instead, we're going to use this one. No fancy segue, but it fits the story much better anyway.
And we go to January 6th bullshit.
This message is for Governor Mikey Sherrill.
Okay.
I saw that she spoke at a press conference and she tweeted that she was the one who allegedly solved the ICE problem in Newark, New Jersey at the detention center. You didn't fix anything, ma'am. What you did was you amplified the situation and you virtue signaled to a far left radical base, putting your constituents in danger. As far as I am concerned, Black community leaders and constituents are not happy with what you are doing because you are jeopardizing their communities and you're putting their safety at risk.
Agents on scene.
I thought I heard you say.
Fox News alert, the Justice Department just released the bombshell report that we've been waiting for. What actually happened on January 6th? The FBI had 26 confidential human sources there that day. 26. A confidential human source is a guy the FBI pays to spy for them. Of the 26 confidential human sources who were in D.C. on Jan 6th, 4 entered the Capitol during the riot. An additional 13 entered the restricted area around the Capitol. So more than a dozen FBI spies participated in the so-called insurrection. A bunch of them broke into the Capitol. Their own inspector general says this is what happened. But that's not what they told you when they testified under oath.
Those who were there in an undercover capacity on January 6th, how many were there?
Again, I'm not sure that I can give you that number as I sit here. I'm not sure there were undercover agents on scene.
I thought I heard you say you didn't know whether there were FBI agents or informants or human sources in the Capitol or in the vicinity on January 6th. Did I misunderstand you? I thought that's what you said.
Well, I referred very specifically to undercover agents.
Yeah. And so are you acknowledging then there were undercover agents?
As I sit here right now, I do not believe there were undercover agents on scene.
The inspector was hiding something, so Congress asked the question a different way. Listen.
Did you have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters inside the Capitol on January the 6th prior to the doors being open?
Again, I had to be very careful.
It should be a no. Can you not tell the American people no? We did not have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol.
Gentleman's time has expired.
You should not read anything into my decision not to share information
Director Ray,
confidentially.
Gentleman's time.
Ray's right. The FBI didn't have undercover agents at January 6th. They had confidential human sources. So what's the difference? Well, a confidential human source doesn't get health insurance or a pension. They're just freelancing for the feds. Rats in MAGA hats. They're basically paid informants that the FBI runs out of headquarters. A lot of these FBI rats get picked up on some other charge. They get sat down and the FBI says, you're going to work for me now. And if you don't, you're looking at 20 years to life. So these guys say, yes, sir. And they cozy up to people like the Proud Boys and anyone the feds wants to watch and control from the inside. And these confidential human sources are under pressure to deliver. What does
Watch the
deliver mean?
video, user.
It means intelligence and big busts that get
The
the
video
FBI
about 8
good
minutes
headlines.
long, not over with.
According to the Inspector General report, the spies were feeding the FBI intel that said January 6th was going to get a little hairy. But FBI headquarters did nothing about it and then lied to Congress and said they did. So why did headquarters let January 6th get so out of hand? And what were all these FBI spies doing that day and the days before? Were they riling everyone up like they did in the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot? In that case, the FBI informants instigated the plot. They even used an FBI credit card to buy the ammo, supplies, and hotel rooms. Did the FBI
User,
pay for
who's your
Jan
source,
6
user?
hotel rooms?
Who's your source?
We don't know. Remember, the media and the Democrats said this whole thing was a
I can
conspiracy.
pull him up. Who is your
Where
source?
do you
I'll pull
think
him
this
up.
idea comes from? That this was somehow done by the feds?
I heard that one of the debaters said it was an inside job. It's an inside job on the part of Donald Trump and his henchmen.
Republicans have blamed the FBI.
They
and
did.
said it was an inside job.
It certainly was not
What's that dude named?
an
Mike
inside
Epps?
job by FBI agents or Antifa. They go around blaming it on Antifa and FBI agents.
Well, how did did the media know it wasn't an inside job when the FBI had 26 of their people on the inside? January 6th certainly benefited the media, the FBI and the Democrats. 1,500 arrests, humiliated Trump, got him impeached, criminalized the MAGA movement. Trump got indicted over January 6th, remember? They tried to throw him in prison over this. The January 6th committee, it's all Democrats did for 2 years. Why didn't the committee find any of these snitches? They did a one-sided investigation.
Hey, you on my channel. You tell me who
so
it
they can
is.
run against a convicted felon. So the media is going to apologize, right? No. The media today is cherry-picking the report to say there were no undercover agents there on January 6th. The whole thing's a conspiracy. These aren't articles. They're FBI press releases. And they wonder why their ratings are trash and no one trusts them. It's because of this. They don't want the truth. They want to hide it if it hurts the left. And they can't admit they were wrong because it's too embarrassing. And they were a part of the cover-up. But the FBI is worse than the media. The FBI knew what was in this report. They covered it up before the election. And then the director says he's resigning the day before it comes out. Give me a break. This kind of sliminess is why Trump nominated Kash Patel. I wonder what else Kash is going to find in the bureau when he looks under the hood.
As a former federal prosecutor and a public defender who defended a lot of these types of cases, what you need to show is whether or not the FBI
My mic quality is good. I know it's good.
and informants on the day of January 6th. Once you prove that, then you defeat the insurrection narrative with the FBI's own documentation.
And what does this report do to the January 6th defendants? None of the confidential informants were arrested or charged. These guys were right alongside everyone, walking into the Capitol. But you're in prison for years? Now, if you're a defense attorney for a Jan 6er and this drops after the case was decided, that could change everything. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley says this, quote, there is a question of why the confidential human sources who entered the Capitol were not charged as part of an operation that the Justice Department described as an effort to shock and awe, targeting everyone involved that day. This report does not find specific wrongdoing or direction from confidential human sources in the rioting. Congress, however, is likely to seek more information on these sources and their conduct on the day.
It is more than this Kash Patel. He's just showing you. What are you talking about? Are you paying attention?
And not get charged? Because they said this was the greatest attack on democracy ever. Said it was up there with 9/11. Traitors, they said, seditionists. They're off scot-free.
Usually, stay on topic.
You can try to overthrow the government if you're an FBI rat and just walk away. Congress has to find out. And what does this mean for pardons? I mean, the Hunter Biden pardon already greased the runway for Trump, but this report's all the ammo Trump needs. He told Time Magazine, it's going to start in the first hour, maybe the first 9 minutes. Now, if I were president, I don't think I'd pardon J6ers who were slugging cops, but if you were wandering around peacefully, come on. And it's not just Kash Patel that's going to clean house. Tulsi's on deck.
I'm here with Tulsi Gabbard. She's here on the Hill meeting with my colleagues. She's going to be a great DNI, Director of National Intelligence. It's a really important job. It oversees all of our intelligence agencies, and it's in need of reform. I think everybody would admit that. And so we need to bring in a reformer.
Now, the deep state's never been this backed into a corner, ever. We have Trump assassination files that we want to release, JFK assassination files, COVID files, Epstein, Diddy. What about that pipe bomb? Is the FBI still working on that one? Who planted that? It's just another conspiracy theory that you were right about. The lab leak, the laptop, and now Jan 6. No wonder Biden's under pressure to dish out more pardons. Who knows how high this thing goes? Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest
They're coming in from the far left because of you, ma'am, because of your radicalism. I think that you should focus more on addressing the quality of life. Your economy is tanking so poorly in New Jersey, and the fact that so many constituents have fled your state should be a concern. It should be a concern for your administration, because the more corporations that leave, the more jobs that they take with them. You're going to see poverty like you've never seen before.
Yep. That's the cleanest closer right there, right? Because after all the yelling, all the chaos, all the we support peaceful protests, pageantry. Here comes somebody speaking like grown-ups with bills, neighbors, and common sense. And
are you serious? The Capitol only lost, what, a couple of thousands of dollars? That BM riot, that was like billions or trillions of dollars of damages, man. I lived in Chicago. I did security all through Chicago when the riot was going on. The shit lasts for damn near weeks, months. I made a lot of money doing that shit, doing security. I stayed overnight protecting dispensaries, grocery stores, bars. No, what are you talking about? The Democrat cities, the lefties are trash. They ghetto. They wild. Unreal. No.
she hit the part, she hit the part politicians hate. You don't get to stir the pot, pose beside the stove, then brag because the kitchen didn't burn all the way down. That's not leadership, man.
Again, I live in Chicago. They didn't just burn down Jiffy Lube. They burned down mom and dad pops places. People that sell, you know what I'm saying, personal things out their homes or out their cars or just buildings, period. Some of these people's stores got stolen, burnt down, stolen. Can't come back no more. Businesses can't come back because of these riots. What are you talking about? Ain't just about the corporation. Local businesses, mom and dad places, no longer coming back. What are you talking about?
And there's damage control with a press release for sure. And, she brings up black residents being angry. That matters because people love speaking for communities until that.
Like, share, and subscribe. Name is Deunta. Thank you.
Actual community says, hold up, look, we live here. Outside agitators get to come in, perform rebellion, chase clout, yell at officers, harass journalists, and then go home. Residents have to stay. ICE officers have to stay. Local workers have to drive the.
They burned down a Capitol building. Didn't they set the Capitol building on fire? It was a lot of stuff they set on fire, man. Once again, some of these local places and restaurants got burnt down, can't come back, man. What are you talking about? Where's your compassion at?
Do it. Families have to live around the consequence. That's the difference between activism as a
I'm frustrated, chilling,
and leadership, as a responsibility. And that's why Newark matters. Not because every protester is evil, not because every complaint about a detention center should be ignored. If conditions are bad, investigate them. Fix what needs to be fixed. Hold everybody accountable. But the pretend chaos becomes righteous just because the right slogans are attached to it. A journalist gets harassed, an ICE officer family gets threatened, a curfew gets lifted, then the people who live there are expected to clap at the press conferences that these Democrats no. At some point, leadership has to protect.
Thank you. We growing. Thank you.
Activists, entourages, and there's lots.
Let's hear from Andrew Garfield. You may know him better as Spider-Man, who can't. Illustrating that point on CNN.
I think it's hard to just say everybody should be good and moral. I think you've got to create a set of rules that promote goodness, promote the common good. And that's what this book is really about.
Should those rules apply to Democrats too? I mean, do you support Graham Plattner even in the wake of all of this?
Yeah, I haven't followed the minute by minute of what's happened over the last few days, but I do think there's a difference.
Oh, he thinks there's a difference, does he? So he wants a set of rules.
I respect America, democracy.
But in the same interview, he refuses to apply those standards to his fellow Democrat, Graham Plattner. You remember him, the Nazi tattoo-wearing freak show who wishes death upon Purple Heart recipients. The man Democrats want to represent them in Maine. Goodness me. Now, it is Pride Month, a whole month of extra nonsense, and Hollywood is still operating under the notion that J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter books, is some hideous bigot just because she knows what a woman is. Let's hear from Andrew Garfield. You may know him better as Spider-Man, who can't even bring
Ain't no problem. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get engaged. We're going to agree to disagree. But if you're a bot, gotta go. Other than that, welcome to the chat. Name is Deunta once again. Like, share, and subscribe.
Himself to say J.K. Rowling's name.
And honestly, I hadn't watched the Harry Potters until recently.
How'd you know?
No, and he's really good in those Harry Potter movies. Those Harry Potter movies are really good.
They are good.
I really like that.
Unexpected.
Yeah. I know it's like controversial, and like we shouldn't be, putting money in the pocket of inhumane legislation right now through that shall remain nameless, but
pathetic.
This is my main channel. This is my channel. I do long forms, short forms. I go live. These are live streams. Check it out. Let me know what you think.
The very definition of a weak soy boy. Let's stick with the pride theme and hear from this confused lass.
Okay, question. Would you rather go to gay pride in Israel or Palestine? I don't think the Israelis would like me.
Right, Greg.
You know what?
Definitely right on that, Greg.
Honestly, you would fit in pretty well in Tel Aviv.
So she doesn't think they'll like her in Israel. Love, try wearing that outfit in Gaza. You wouldn't last 5 minutes. And one more confused soul. Here is Zach Sage speaking to another activist, and things escalate very quickly here.
How does your kafia support your pride?
Well, for me, it's about liberation. My community is not liberated. We are Palestinians, deserve rights, like even if they don't have rights in their homeland.
Do you support Israel?
No.
Did you know Israel's the only country in the Middle East?
And that's stupid as hell. I know, these people had never been over there. None of these places, never been overseas. Nothing wrong with defending each other as humans. Nothing wrong with that, but they didn't have to live over there. They don't know what's going on, how these people live, how these people really eat, sleep, none of that. Just want to defend something because it seems to be popular. Makes no sense. Common sense makes sense.
Where it's even legal to be here.
I don't think that's completely true.
How many immigrants have been detained and detained by ICE for talking out against Palestine?
Do you think that the
Wow.
KKK are the same thing?
She's chipping out.
How is that different? Other Nazi symbol. Yeah, that is what the KKK would wear, man. You feel good about it? You went to Gaza, you would be thrown off a
And look, she got to twerk. Look, she got to twerk. Really? Why you got to twerk?
Oh, I love the part where she was twerking for Gaza. That is brave.
Wow.
Now, there was an orgy of selective amnesia and passive-aggressive weirdness on The View overnight because Dr. Jill was in the house. Yes, Jill Biden is flogging her awful book, and that means going on every show that will have her. And The View ladies poured on the fake adulation, but there were a few uncomfortable moments of scrutiny. Watch here as Sunny Hostin brings up Kamala Harris's book, which Dr. Jill hasn't even bothered to read. It seems Kamala was a little
Why would she read? She was right there with the bullshit.
at the White House.
And I understand you have not read it.
No.
But
Damn.
in her book, she alludes to a much more fractured relationship between the Bidens and the Emhoffs. She writes that your family asked if she and Doug were loyal to your family. And she wrote that her husband, Doug, said they hide you away for 4 years, give you impossible bleep jobs, don't correct the record when those tasks are...
Securing the border, that wasn't hard. You got it done with no problem.
mischaracterized. Never fight back when you're attacked. Never praise your accomplishments.
Right, Greg. No queer flag in the White House. None of that bullshit. Grown man in a flower suit dancing around and all that trash. Nobody want to see that. Want to see decency. Want to see honor. You know, decency and honor. That's what the White House is supposed to represent. Decency and honor. What the heck? With Obama, the same trash too.
And then he added, and still they have to ask if we're loyal.
Yeah.
How do you respond?
You know, I never saw that. I never felt that way with Kamala and Doug. I thought we were a great team.
Oh, that was awkward. She thought they were a great team. This selective blindness that Dr. Jill suffers from clearly extends well beyond Joe's cognitive decline. Perhaps
Check this video out. You guys get a chance. I did it yesterday.
Her own, because she again forgot about how many children Hunter Biden has.
And that's why doing well. Hunter is, oh my gosh, Hunter is doing so great, and he's sober. He has a beautiful child. I mean, yes.
Right, Joe. There's plenty of videos with the officers. There's plenty of video with the officers letting the gate for them to go ahead and walk in. And when they open the gate and let them walk in, they walk. They didn't just like, oh, let's run through the gate and act stupid. They actually came in there peacefully. There's plenty of video of that, hours of video of that. But nobody want to watch that. They want to watch the 10-second clip and then, oh, that's it. That's the information I want right there, the 10-second clip. That's all I need. I'm going with it. That's it. Like, damn. It's crazy how y'all can watch all these crazy-ass Halloween movies and celebrity BS and binge watch Stranger Things, but you guys can't watch a 8-minute video of Trump and his speech saying, go peacefully, chill out, go home, or I'm going to go with you, with all that other stuff. But you guys don't want to do that. Y'all don't do no research on that. There's plenty of information out there, but y'all don't want to do no research. But y'all can watch all these other trash, binge watch it. Hours, but y'all can't do 8-minute video or a minute video or even 2-minute video. Shit crazy. Come on, lefties, liberals, you Democrats.
Who's named Bo? He named his son after Bo, and Bo named his son after Hunter. So, yeah, just shows the bond.
Yeah, it shows the bond, all right. Let's not forget that Hunter was sleeping with Bo's widow. Yeah, that happened to Dr. Jill. And while he was shacked up with his brother's widow, he got a stripper pregnant. And to this day, the Bidens do not acknowledge the existence of that little girl. Her name is Navy Biden Jill. The uproar.
Are you serious? You said what costs more? the Bleeding Riot in January 6th? All right.
The murder of 18-year-old university student Henry Novak has escalated with protests breaking out in the UK. Novak was stabbed with a Sikh dagger. The killer, Vikram Digwa, was carrying the dagger for religious reasons. And as we've covered on this program, it's what happened after the stabbing that has caused mass outrage. You see, the police were more concerned by a claim from the assailant that Henry had racially abused him. Instead of arresting the guilty party and rendering aid to Henry, the police handcuffed the 18-year-old, even as he told them again and again and again that he had been stabbed and that he could not breathe. And a warning, this footage is distressing.
Hand. Put the hand in the cuff, mate. Yeah.
This is like
They handcuffed him and read him his rights as he died in front of them. They treated him worse than you treat an animal in distress, all because of a false claim of hate speech, of racial abuse. Hampshire police claim that the police actions or delays in providing medical assistance didn't cause Novak's death. The police have said that one of the officers involved in the scene has resigned. 3 others remain on the job. The anger from the community is searing.
Shame on you, all of you. Did you know him? Have you all been trained to kill white boys, have you? Listen to that. You did that. Every single one of you. You all been trained the same, have you? Kill white boys. Let the white boy die.
That was Southampton, and here you'll see a crowd of protesters demand police take a knee for Henry, just like members of the constabulary took a knee for George Floyd. And in this next clip, you have a
very damaged. So, user. So, again, let's go back to what you said. Took me a little while to find what I wanted to find for you, but it said, what costs more, the BLM riot or January 6th? Now, user, you asked the question, and I found it for you. What's going on, man? You good in the chat? A 2 billion to 2 million. That's a big difference there, bro.
A couple of protesters confronting
Big
an
difference.
officer outside the police station.
Big difference. So stop bringing up January 6th, man. Y'all keep on bringing up January 6th like it's like the world ended on January 6th all of a sudden. Only $2 million of damage compared to $2 billion. 2 million, 2 billion. Stop comparing it.
That man's dead. I've drove 4.5 hours to get
Should never happen on both ends. Both ends should never happen. But everybody like January 6th is the end of the world for America and shit.
I'm tired of you, him, and every police officer in the force. Your left ideology is war and it's ruining the country. We're sick of it. It's disgusting. We just stand there.
What?
You're horrible. You're vile. You don't care.
Because you don't understand how business works.
Posted this statement on X about the case.
I have seen the body cam footage. It's harrowing. And I have to say...
Oh, come on, user. Really?
Of a 17-year-old boy, I felt sick watching it. It is absolutely right.
Some of these people did own that property. They did own them businesses. And if they were leasing it, it doesn't matter. They was leasing the property. It doesn't matter if they was leasing the property or not. The shit can't come back. You know what I'm saying? Insurance can't bring it back. What are you talking about, user? What's wrong with you? Come on, be more intellect with this situation, man. I live in Chicago West Side. I seen the bullshit. I'm living in the blue state right now. I live in Rockford. Where you stay at, man? For real. My grandma 97 years old. I got a big family. I grew up with all women. They always on that generational curse of welfare bullshit. I'm glad he grew up and got off of it. But other than that, I grew up with the generational welfare curse. A lot of baby daddies, all that trash. Come on, user. Come on back with that, man. Come better with it.
There are clearly serious questions that need to be addressed, not least how accusations of racism inform the decision-making.
Again, welcome to the chat.
The Prime Minister has been critical of Nigel Farage. He has accused the Reform leader of politicising the event. He said Nigel Farage is completely wrong to use this to try and create division. And joining me now is Deputy Executive Director of the Institute of Public Affairs, Daniel Wild. Dan, what happened to Henry Novak?
Really? Oh my gosh, man. I just showed you still gonna try to debunk something totally different.
And it didn't happen
What is
in
she talking
isolation.
about?
We've seen the police force in the UK be captured by leftist ideology. We saw it through the grooming gang scandal. We've seen it with hundreds of people being terrorised over mean tweets and memes. And now this.
Well, the UK is clearly now a failed state. People just don't have any confidence that police or many other institutions are going to treat them fairly. That's been obvious for a long time now. I mean, it's taken this absolute tragedy to sort of sheet home that reality to a lot of people. I mean, Keir Starmer, his address was completely and totally pathetic. I mean, he is complicit in the downfall of his own country. There is not just a two-tiered policing system, but it's something that's much more insidious and much worse than that, which, as you rightly identify, it's the idea of people being treated as equals before the law has been replaced with the idea of woke reverse racism, which is now literally resulting in innocent people dying.
Do you see parallels with what's happening here with our police force? Are they also being captured by leftist ideology?
Sadly, they have, and certainly at a leadership level. I mean, I always have a lot of sympathy for those who are on the front line, because I think most people join the police to do the right thing because they want to help protect the community. But definitely the leadership of Victoria Police has allowed itself to become an arm of the political operation of the government. I mean, that was obvious in COVID, the double standard that was there. They also took a knee
Yes.
to Black Lives Matter. They allowed that protest to go ahead, remember, during COVID, but people that were protesting the lockdowns were not only not allowed to do it, but the police shot them with rubber bullets. And then they wonder why people don't sign up to the police force, and they wonder why people don't care what they have to say. So, these and the result of this, by the way, is lawlessness. And that's not a good thing. We want to have a society where people trust law enforcement, but now they don't.
Well, I saw a real shift in attitudes to police during COVID from people who typically would have great respect for law and order, and there was a shift. And you can see with those clips we've just played, there is real anger, not just at the government, not just at police command, but even on those working at the coalface there. They are now seen as complicit in what's happening. And I guess when you've got a culture that's that rotten over decades, it does seep down to those working on the coalface.
Yeah, it could do. And I think, and what also happens is the good ones leave as well.
That's true.
So the ones that sort of go, look, I didn't sign up for this, they're the first ones to leave, and then you're left with the ones that sort of go on with it. So, look, unfortunately, this is going to take, I don't know if it can be fixed, and if it can, it's going to take more than a generation to do so.
Now, Brendan O'Neill wrote a brilliant piece for Spiked on this issue. He wrote, a boy's final moments were filled with the defamatory taunts of his murderer, who falsely accused Henry of racism and assault, and the sterile contempt of the state. He preyed upon Henry, this is the killer, and then he preyed upon the ruling order's missionary zeal regarding racism. He understood, as we all do, that the word racism has an almost hypnotic effect on the 21st century ruling class. And O'Neill, I think, made the very excellent point too, Dan, that the lefties who are now urging people not to politicise this issue were very happy to politicise George Floyd's murder. He wrote, the same posh leftists who responded to the death of a man 4,000 miles from Britain by taking a knee, rioting, tearing down statues and barking silence is violence at anyone who refused to partake in their orgy of performative virtue, are now saying don't politicise the death of Henry Novak.
Yeah, and I think, as we've talked about before, what happens is the left tend to co-opt institutions and use them for their own ends, and then they complain when others do the same thing. And so the problem that we're going to have is when those on the right get in power, they're probably going to use these institutions against the left. And that's not a good place to be in as a society, because we want these institutions to be neutral. But the left haven't understood for a long time they're playing with fire. And really the population of Western countries have had enough of it. And so what we're seeing is really the destruction of centuries-old institutions because of exactly the reason that Brendan has outlined. So, sadly, we're not going to return to the status quo that we used to have.
Now, let's have a look at this exchange between Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Democrat Cory Booker about a potential deal with Iran. It did not go well for Cory.
And now we're begging to get back into a deal that you all crashed in the first place.
There's no one begging. I don't
Clearly, this is
Senator Booker, your time's up. But can Rubio, since he's I do want to address some of these points because they go to the heart of the matter. No one's begging for anything here. The Iranians might be begging because their economy's losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. That they are losing. Understand, Iran had street protests going on before all of this started. All of those factors, economic factors in Iran, are far worse today than they were 6 months ago when those protests were happening.
Nobody died, bro. What you talking about? 24 people died. Nobody died.
They're struggling to make payroll for their government workers. Iran is in a very serious situation.
Joining me now is Newsweek's senior editor-at-large, Josh Hammer. Josh, what did you make of Rubio's comments there? He also said the war with Iran is over.
Well, Rita, I'm not entirely sure what the war is over necessarily means. Is there entirely no possibility of resumption of any kind of kinetic hostility? It seems to me like that is, at this point, probably a bit of a stretch there. In my opinion, it should not be a stretch, Rita. As you and I think, have discussed there. I'm not entirely sure, from my perspective, that this operation is fully complete yet, to be very candid. To be clear, the Iranian regime is obviously hurting tremendously now relative to where it was 3.5 months ago prior to the commencement of Operation Epic Fury. Khamenei taken out on the first day, the Air Force and Navy destroyed, sunk, obliterated within days, a week or two at the most. But the regime still has a capability of making a nuclear weapon. They still have the capability of launching ballistic missiles all throughout the region there. So I would personally encourage, my own capacity, I would encourage the president to consider actually trying to really go in there and meaningfully finishing this job. I will say this, though. I trust Marco Rubio implicitly on most things, but definitely on the issue of Iran. Marco Rubio is a man who has made Iran a major issue over the course of his entire public career, going back to his early days, rising through the ranks of Florida political circles there. And Rubio is a man that I think those who are more hawkish on the Iran issue, like myself, just simply trust implicitly there. So I don't think Rubio is mincing any words here. I think that he is the right man to be in charge at this time there. As for Cory Booker, I have no idea what that Cory Booker, frankly, is trying to.
Okay, for what I'm reading, if I'm reading it right, it's based on the fact that Trump had pardoned over 1,500 people. And so I guess all that cost was court money. Let's see, let's keep on reading. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So thanks to President Trump. Here we go. I'll let you guys see it. Let's see. I think it's the problem right here. Here we go. Well, ain't no problem. But here you go right here. Thanks to Trump. Thanks to President Trump. It's a big difference.
To at this point in his political career, the man is basically just stalling for time, waiting for some pension over the age of 65. I think at this point there,
it's based on big because they talking about taxpayers and money and all that. Yes, taxes and money. It's not the same. That's not based on damages.
Basically out of time there and just trying
it's
to
based on court costs.
Necessary, I think, at this point.
It's a difference. Court costs.
Josh, let's talk about E. Jean Carroll. I know you've done a deep dive into this case, and President Donald Trump's lawyers have told the Supreme Court they're going to be appealing the $83.3 million awarded to E. Jean Carroll. And she is herself now being investigated. What can you tell me about this case? What is the likely outcome? She's been investigated for perjury.
Okay, so this woman is an absolute lunatic. Let's start there. That is the single most important fact, the single most factually and legally important fact here in this case, is that this woman is an actual psychopath. She was on CNN a handful of years ago talking about how she has fantasized about rape. She said that a lot of women fantasize about rape. This is the woman who has accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting or raping her in a Bergdorf Goodman off Fifth Avenue 3+ decades ago. But by the way, she can't even remember exactly the date or the week or arguably even the month that this alleged incident happened there. Much like Christine Blasey Ford back during the whole Brett Kavanaugh kerfuffle back in 2018 there, this woman can't even remember the exact dates of the alleged incident in question. To make matters even worse, so this came out.
That's what's going on, user. That's why it costs so much, user.
So then Donald
it's
Trump
a big difference.
Comes in and says, this woman's crazy. She's making it up. I did not do this. Then she sues Donald Trump for defamation for calling her a liar. Rita, I want to pause there because as a lawyer, that fact right there is one of the most remarkable things that I've ever seen in a legal proceeding. You get accused of being a rapist. The man accused says, I didn't do it. Okay, you're calling me a liar. I'm suing you for defamation. But it gets worse because that defamation suit has succeeded. That defamation suit has actually succeeded there. And in sum, we're looking at just an absolutely astronomical sum of $83+ million there. The whole thing is one of the most absolutely farcical Stalinist of all the various elements of the Democrat lawfare complex against Trump. And there have been many farcical elements, including Alvin Bragg in New York City, Fonnie Willis, the whole band of villains there. This thing's near the top of the list, frankly, from my perspective. The good news, as you allude to, is that Donald Trump's lawyers are appealing on this. I ultimately expect that he will be vindicated. But frankly, E. Jean Carroll is just a total loon. And the fact that there was anyone willing to take a woman who went on CNN and said that she fantasized about being raped, the fact that she is taken seriously by anyone speaks everything about the sheer level of unhinged TDS Trump derangement syndrome that remains in America in the year 2026, and says nothing, frankly, about the credibility or lack thereof of the underlying legal case.
I recall that interview on CNN, and the anchor could not go to the ad break soon enough until she started talking about that. It was very uncomfortable viewing indeed. How did she get this $83 million, though? If the case is so flimsy, if the whole thing is so utterly absurd, is it just because it was heard in Manhattan and it is a very, very deep blue city?
Yeah, that's basically. I mean, let's think about the other case that was brought against Donald Trump in Manhattan. There's actually two other cases. There's the Tish James fishing expedition against the Trump Organization, alleged corporate fraudulent bookkeeping, garbage case there. But the even more garbage case, arguably, and again, it's all relative, these are all terrible cases, is the Soros-funded Alvin Bragg witch hunt involving Stormy Daniels there. This is a case, Rita, this particular case, also with a Manhattan
Welcome
jury.
to the chat, Jay.
The prosecutor, Alvin Bragg, literally never announced his theory of the case. He actually never explained how he purported to get around the relevant statute of limitations there. He literally never told the jury in the jury instructions what the actual predicate offense was in this weird kind of attempt to circumvent the statute of limitations there. He never freaking said it. I have never, ever seen this covering law.
No problem. Thank you for being in the chat. Thank
and
you.
Still, what the jury do? What they do?
Let's see what we got. I'm gonna play another video for you guys. It's about to be it's 3 hours and 44 minutes. Really appreciate you guys. I'm playing another video after this, and that'll be it for the day. I'll be back tomorrow. But let's continue.
They convicted. So I
How you
mean, we're
doing,
talking
Jay?
here about New York State. We're talking here about these far left jury pools. Unfortunately, Rita, America is in many ways a great country there, but we are not immune to the biases of left-wing juries. That's all that's happening here in the E. Jean Carroll case as well.
And in that E. Jean Carroll case, was there ever any criminal conviction around rape, sexual assault?
No, it was pure civil.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Let's grow. Let's get to 260, 2060. Why not? 2060. 2060. Why not? Oh, boy.
Kind of legal overturning there. I think Donald Trump's a man whose name has been dragged through the mud by all these people, whether it's Stormy Daniels, Alvin Bragg, and this, that, there. I think he's probably more ultimately interested in a vindication in the court of public opinion than when it comes to the actual money. To be clear, the money is nice there, but Trump's worth a lot of money there. I think he probably cares more as a father and a grandfather about just trying to clear his name in the court of public opinion.
Absolutely, and very interesting that they didn't go down the criminal route because from what I understand, Josh, there is no statute of limitations on a rape, is there? So if you wanted to, you could pursue that if that's what you say happened. Now, I want to play you a clip from RFK Jr. on the arrest of 15 people charged in connection with autism fraud.
Check that out, chat.
That targeted more than $90 million in taxpayer dollars.
Today's arrests represent the largest autism fraud bust in American history. This was not a paperwork error. It was not a technical violation. This was organized threat, organized theft that exploited the most vulnerable children in America.
Josh, what more can you tell me about this? And are there fears that cases like this are happening all across the country? This is just the tip of the iceberg.
So it is a tip. A lot of it, by the way, and not necessarily this particular case, but a lot of similar cases recently have focused around Los Angeles County under the mayorship there in the city with Karen Bass, the governor, Gavin Newsom. LA has really emerged as the medical fraud capital of America when it comes especially to end-of-life care and hospice care and things like that there. So a lot of these pieces are being pulled together. You have J.D. Vance, who has taken on the role of the fraud czar in the United States, focused perhaps predominantly on rooting out this Somali community fraud in places.
Doing good, bud. Doing good, man.
The latter of which we learned about recently from Luke Rosiak, who did great work over at the Daily Wire. Now you have RFK taking on autism fraud, the California hospice end-of-life fraud. The whole picture, Rita, kind of summing up the various constituent parts here, paints a somewhat dire and morbid picture of mass medical and illness-related fraud in America that's been going on for a very, very long time. Now, the possibility that we just did know about it until the Trump administration, I think is so negligible as to be dismissed out of hand. What I'm trying to say is that people knew about this. They decided to look the other way. The laws simply were not being enforced. That's actually a big difference, I would argue, between a lot of the predecessors to the Trump administration and the Trump administration. From the fraud investigations and the fines of fraud, all the way to things like the FCC's enforcement of the equal time rule, where the chair, Brendan Carr, has got themselves in hot water with Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert simply for choosing to enforce a law that didn't go enforced for a long time. So the administration, whether it goes to fraud, whether it goes to the FCC, all the above there, Rita, all they're trying to do there is actually enforce the laws and the books. Unfortunately, America is a land and a culture and a people, especially on the political left, that have no sense of responsibility or respect for the rule of law. They simply do not want those laws to go enforced. Therefore, when the laws are enforced, they decide to just freak out in a bit of apoplexy. But that's really all that's happening here is the law is being enforced, and I say good for the Trump administration.
Now, Josh, before you go, we've seen Dr. Jill Biden. She's a doctor on a book tour. What do you make of her claims about life in the White House, about Joe Biden's health, the relationship with Kamala? And do we know what sort of a...
Take us home, Greg.
Put your tops back on. Good evening, everyone. So Jill Biden has conceded that if she had to do it all over again, she would not have advised Joe to seek re-election. Hunter Biden conceded that if he had to do it all over again, he would have banged more whores. And Joe conceded that if he had to do it all over again, he said, do what?
Again, thank you, guys. Thank you. 259, thank you. Let's get to 260 before we go. 260, why not? 260.
Kamala Harris released her annual Pride Month message, and she plans on celebrating all month by not seeing straight. How's that any different? To celebrate Pride, the Empire State Building is illuminated in rainbow colors. Not to be outdone, the Statue of Liberty traded her robes for a nice flannel and switched out her torch with a bowling ball.
Damn.
In Maine, Democratic Governor Janet Mills reminded voters that she's still on the ballot in case they want to vote for someone else besides Graham Plattner. And in an effort to steal his support, she's offered to shave a landing strip in the shape of a Hitler mustache. Quite a joke. After their quarterback introduced President Trump at a rally, Joy Reid said she's no longer a fan of the New York Giants, which confused fans who asked, why do you hate the View? Because they're the New York Giants. It's a cute joke. Scientists are working on 3 different vaccines for Ebola as the virus rages in Africa. These medicines are no different than the COVID vaccine, which stops the disease from spreading by killing you with a heart attack. I don't know if that's true. And finally, film director Adam Marcus called Val Kilmer the worst human being, even though Val is dead. To find out what he really thinks of Joe Biden, I guess we'll have to wait a few more weeks. Why? All right. You remember economist and former New York Times columnist Paul Krugman? You know, the guy who's wrong more often than Trey Gowdy's barber. True, trusting Nostra dumbass is like getting your prostate checked in a windowless van. Anyway, I wonder if obviously he thinks we need to defang Trump as much as possible.
Obviously, we need to defang Trump as much as possible and make sure that neither he nor anybody who follows in his footsteps has power after the next 2 elections. But beyond that, we really need to do a thorough purging of the United States. We need a demagification And that is, I'm not going over the top by using a word that's very similar to the denazification that we pursued successfully after World War II in Germany.
All right, well, come to my house tonight and try that, pal. But if the Dems want to cut down on the Nazi stuff, maybe they can start by, not nominating nut jobs with Nazi tattoos.
Yeah, Veterans Month. Yeah, let's have a Veterans
Month. I wouldn't be
Month.
surprised if Graham Flatner calls his wife's boob.
Who cares if she's confused? Put their ass in a mental asylum.
You applaud that. But it is a weird turn for Democrats after all the talk about dialing down the temperature. I'm starting to wonder if they understand how the knobs on a stove work. After President Trump was nearly killed, after Charlie Kirk was killed, and assorted other attempted attacks on conservatives occurred. Apparently that memo never reached Krugman. Perhaps he was too busy rewinding VHS tapes, the old fart. But sadly, the only Dem who lowered the temperature is Joe Biden, and that's because whenever it gets above 35 degrees, he starts to spoil. No, slow burn. But comparing MAGA to the people who started World War II is a bit much, coming from a guy who spent the last 30 years getting almost everything wrong. In 1998, Krugman said that by 2005, the internet would have no greater impact than the fax machine.
Damn.
I don't know about you, but I don't think a billion people across the globe are watching Nasty Stepmoms 3 on a fax machine.
Thanks, Bud, for the super chat. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
He was so bad at seeing the future, he probably still hoards those free AOL
appreciate
CDs.
it.
In 2016, he said Trump's election would trigger a global recession. I'm sorry. Can you speak up? I can't hear you over the sound of the exploding stock market, you jackass. Post-COVID stimulus, he dismissed inflation fears before the big spending wave, obviously to green flag more spending, which lefties like him love. Of course, every single economist knows that printing money makes it cheaper, which is the textbook definition of inflation. But he didn't care, which is why he admitted he was wrong about it when it no longer mattered, which is like closing the barn door after the horse already gets started in Sex and the City.
Damn.
But the point is, this is a guy who says if it's going to rain, you pack sunscreen. Because like all
It's every range pack sunscreen. Damn.
Every road leads to Nazis. Disagree about immigration? Nazi. Criticize DEI? Nazi. Come out against men and women's sports? Nazi. Disagree about Hitler's methods? Nazi. It's crazy, but it's true. Today, if you complain about anti-Semites and men with Nazi tattoos, somehow that makes you a Nazi too. I don't get it. It's funny how the people throwing the word Nazi around don't mind their Nazi practices. After all, what is demagnification? Saying people you disagree with, people who haven't committed a crime, should be purged from public life? And if someone gets shot, well, how unfortunate. I had nothing to do with it. I just called them Nazis. But they can't escape this hell that they've made. When every election is the end of democracy and those other people you hate so much are an existential threat. And yet the biggest scandal of all turned out to be their own party hiding the decline of sitting president. That guy faced an existential threat every time he took on a staircase. So, I'll take it. Why not? It's free. So maybe, just maybe, before Krugman starts talking about purging half the country, he should explain why he shouldn't go first. When the only thing you have left is calling people Nazis, that's not a showcase for great ideas. It's an admission that you've never, ever had any.
Period.
Welcome to tonight's
Subscribe. Let's get it 260, 260.
Want to hear a pin drop? Wait till he finishes a punchline. Actor, writer, comedian Jamie Lissow. He does the work of 100 journalists.
Hey, Shirley.
She He's a black belt and a pilot, so you better sit in your assigned seat. Financial analyst Heather Zabalaga! And she can live for a year on one Jolly Rancher.
Damn.
Selling author and BuzzFeed contributor Captain.
One Jolly Rancher.
Jimmy, this guy Paul Krugman is such a terrible prognosticator. You remember when he predicted that your first marriage would be a success?
Yeah, they hate that guy.
Just 2 days ago, he predicted that sweatshirt would look good in that video. The Nazi thing is crazy. If you think about it, if you were to take like all the things that Republicans do that they deem as like Nazi-ish, if they were working under Hitler, I feel like he'd be so disappointed. Yeah, just unimpressed. Hitler would be like, "Hey, what'd you do for the regime today?" Be like, "Oh, I checked IDs so people could vote." And he's like, "Just a particular sect of people?" "No, I checked everybody." He's just like, "You got to Nazi it up a little bit." Yes. He's like, "But wait, I've been getting rid of illegal immigrants, so that's pretty good. That sounds pretty good." "Yeah, but we give them like 2 years ahead of time, give them a little warning, and we also let them stay if they're legal." And Hitler's like, "Did you do any research about our organization before joining?" "I'm not sure you're good at this." Yeah. Well, that was good. Yeah. We're gonna fire you. Maybe if we have like a Fourth Reich, we'll let you back in.
So, Nick, welcome back to the show. What do you...
You better be careful. He's going to get jealous.
No, I always welcome newcomers, young flesh into the fold, so to speak. But you better watch yourself. I'll chew you up and I'll spit you out. Oh, God. I mean that with love. So, do you think that people, in a way, Paul Krugman, I don't even know if you know who he is.
I had to do a lot of research before I did.
But the point, in the weird way, is I don't think he would be here if it wasn't for people like Paul Krugman, because it was terrible reporting and biased reporting that paved the way for independent journalists like you.
Yeah, these are the same people who walk by a Leering Center and say, "Hey, there's probably some kids in there."
Yeah. I love how you're still selling this shirt. Is this what the whole thing is about?
People love the shirt. I brought you one as well, actually.
Oh, finally. Nice.
I'll give it to you after the show.
Oh, well, thank you. Same place? Club?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Right after
Yeah, all right.
But this Krugman guy, I mean, I did a lot of research on him because I had no idea who he was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust this guy with $10, like based off what he was saying, especially with like the internet.
Yeah.
He's still stuck back there. If you didn't see that Zoom call that the phone was like in 2005.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. He has been wrong on so many things that he has to stay in one place. Like, they couldn't let him go because he has nowhere else to go. And this leads me... What, Kat?
Doesn't the name fit, though? Doesn't he look like a Krugman?
Yeah. Do I look like a Gutfeld?
Yes.
Do you look like a Timp?
I do.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, she looks like a Zermaraga. You know what, though? But to his point, it's kind of like when we used to talk about established journalism and mainstream media, we would accuse them of being biased. They would say, "No, we're impartial." Then the moment that they leave mainstream media, whether it's Katie Couric or Jim Acosta, John Harwood, Dan Rather, Don Lemon, Paul Krugman, they come out and you realize you guys were right all the time. These guys are chuckle buckets, left-wing chuckle buckets. That's the scientific term.
I feel like that's too kind of word.
Yeah.
A chuckle bucket sounds like a good time.
Yeah. It's a bucket for my chuckles.
Like, oh, he's a chuckle bucket. I'm like, I'll have a beer with him.
Yeah.
People tell me I look like a chuckle bucket.
California turned red. That's what's up, man.
Pointed out, Greg.
I wish Illinois turned red.
De-MAGAification.
Yeah.
Right?
Vote red, you know.
He says he wants to prevent people who supported Trump from gaining power. The only way we could do that in this country would be if people don't vote for them, because we have elections in this country. And if that's what he wants, ironically, I don't know how he doesn't realize it, but apparently he still doesn't realize
They
it.
coming.
Maybe it's not
If
shocking
not,
for
it's
him,
cool.
given, as many people pointed out,
I didn't vote for Trump for the money. I voted him to get the immigrants up out of here. A better border.
And Trump-backed candidates have won so many elections.
Another thing
is specifically this stuff. This is the kind of stuff that motivates people by saying that people who voted for him are not
right. They got quiet in the chat. They was so chatting a lot in the chat. They was
this point of view. Right. So
chatting away in the chat. What happened?
I mean, I would say the kindest way to say it is it's ridiculous. But also, what is he suggesting? You could say some things that are a little worse than ridiculous.
Yeah.
But again, he is just getting in his own way. All language like this does is make Trump supporters support Trump more than they did.
I know, but they keep on voting for the bullshit. They keep on voting for Brandon Johnson and Pritzker. You guys like him.
You are an expert in economics.
They vote for Lori Lightfoot.
Diagnose Krugman for us. You must have been reading a book.
Crying about things racist, but yet she married to a white woman. Like, how y'all married to a white man and woman? Y'all married to a white man and woman that keep streaming racism and white supremacy. Number one, white supremacy. But y'all married to these people. Maybe white supremacy because you guys are married to them. Because other than that, that's not really it. It's not. I don't say how people want to be considered to be a victim. Why you want to be a victim? Why you want to be happy to be conquered? I was a slave. Really? You want to keep on bragging about being a slave? Your ancestors were slaves? You cool being conquered? Stop with the bullshit, y'all. We gotta do better. Think better. Renewal of the mind. Renewal of the mind. That's where it starts from. Real.
And economics a little more than Krugman. And if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. But I got to tell you, in 2016, he was saying, oh, the stock market is going to go to you know what in a handbasket. I won't use that language
good for you.
on the show. But in 2018, 2019, NASDAQ hit all-time highs before COVID. And then, recently hitting all-time highs across the board again. Then he blamed Trump's tariffs in 2016. And again, in the second term, saying that the economy is going to collapse. It hasn't collapsed. The internet is still around. I don't understand how he can still be employed. Like, if I'm wrong, eventually, I'm gonna be fired. If you're wrong that many times, it tells me that.
My thing is this: all the presidents have sent some money overseas to different countries. Period. All presidents have done it. But with this situation is, we in a situation where I ran, but we winning. And this been going on for 47 years. Trump been talking about this since the 80s, 90s. So stopping Iran and slowing Iran down is nothing new. You had Obama and give them $1 billion. $1 billion. What was your outrage for that? We got to compare the presidents with each other because they was all presidents. We all voted for them. But keep on saying Trump new war stuff. This supposed to happen a long time ago, but they funded it.
The New York Times. Oh my God, they're dying.
I just drank some water and I went down the road.
So you cool with people saying death to America? That's not cool.
Bro.
It must be Paul Krugman. Like he put something in your cup, maybe, because they don't just hate Trump. He hates everyone. They hate everyone who voted for Trump.
Yes. I missed everything she said.
Right. I was disappointed that people had voted for Biden. I was disappointed. I didn't hate the fact that Biden's our president. You know what I'm saying? I was disappointed. Like, damn. All right, well, he's our president. I'm an American. Let's see how this play out. You know? All this wishing death on people and hatred and all this other stuff. We gotta do better. Better our emotions, our character. Facts over feelings. You know?
But I guess my point being is that you can be wrong as long as you're there because it's like media welfare. They just keep you on, and then when they kick you out, you're no longer protected.
Someone is believing it.
Yeah.
Someone's believing this.
Well, not us, that's for sure. All right. You know,
all right, you guys. Subscribe. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow for you guys, tomorrow morning. if you're going to talk about Jesus and the Jews, read the Bible. Read the 4 books of the Bible, Matthew, Luke, John, and James. All right, I'm out. Love you guys. Peace.